motions. We've asked all the regional motions to, if they wanted to present, and some have not responded back. So the World Board will be presenting the motions that the regional makers did not come back on. So we'll let Irene take over.
Hi there, I'm Irene. I'm an addict member of the World Board, and I'm here with Paul. How you doing, everybody? Nice to see you guys. Okay, I think Paul will be back with us in a second. So is the motion, and I'm sorry, I'm not, I'm having a little bit of an internet glitch here. So I asked if Brenda could share the screen there to show the slides. Okay, so we'll go ahead and kick off with 13. So the 13 motion maker is not here. That be correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, so then let's just go to motion number 13, which is basically, this comes under the literature projects. So we'll just go back one there, and motion number 13 is to direct the World Board to create a project plan for the next World Service Conference for the development of a new IP for daily personal inventory of gratitude. So this was made by the Argentina region, and their intent is to create a new resource for the fellowship members through a new IP for the daily inventory of personal gratitude. And the financial impact is it's a minimal cost in creating a project plan. As with any project plan, the cost would be, of course, if they were to adopt and prioritize the plan. So I don't know if you guys need me to read this whole thing. I mean, you guys can probably read it up there on the screen if it goes next. It might be a better use of time if I were to just answer questions to around the World Board response, or would you like us to go through the rationale by the region?
I think since the regional makers are not here, we probably need to go through their rationale and
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, then, if you like, then I'll just read it out. A new IP brochure. It's a tool for the members of the fellowship that inspires us to make a daily personal gratitude inventory that promotes actions inspired by the spiritual awakening of the 12 steps of NA that encourage us to express our gratitude during the just for today and/or daily basis. Members, at any stage of our personal recovery process that we find ourselves, can be inspired by questions about the spiritual principle, the direct actions of gratitude, and/or a gratitude list, among others, and try to express growth and recovery through gratitude. Okay. The introduction to the regional and zonal motion section of this CAR in the preceding pages explains our dilemma. Okay, so this is our World Board response. So obviously that is the idea that came from Argentina. And I'll just say, first of all, I know you guys know this, but it's not our job on the World Board to try to quash good ideas. There are tons of good ideas. It's just that, our response basically has to point out what's practical and what's possible, and also what we've already decided. And what we've already decided over this last cycle with conference participants is that we would let the CPs and the fellowship choose the priority. And the problem is when a motion like this passes through this method, that creates a dilemma. So obviously, if the fellowship chooses this as a priority, it obviously will go onto the list of work. And Argentina region have been very flexible. They came to us earlier in the process. It was myself and Jack worked with some of the motion makers around making them car ready and with their ideas for a style guide. And we had said, that's something we can incorporate without having to go through the whole motion process. And as you all know, that's what we've been trying to work towards, more cooperation with CPs, and more fluid ways of doing things that doesn't have to go through sometimes the very long process of getting literature projects actually into people's hands. So that's the thrust of our response to that. this idea is in the CAR survey. So are there questions?
Any questions?
Very cool.
Yeah, we have a question here.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm Tanya, and I'm an addict, 80 from
hi
Iowa.
there. Hi.
Just to clarify the process, so this car could pass, or I'm sorry, this motion could pass and not be prioritized on the survey, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Or this motion could not pass and still be accomplished by being prioritized on the survey.
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure I was understanding that correctly.
Thank you. Okay, is that it for the questions then?
Any other questions? All right. Yes, we have one. Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, I'm sorry. I was trying to find my button. So you sort of just briefly explain what's the difference between the weight of the survey and the weight of the passing in the car between this type of motion?
Well, okay, so if something passes in the CAR, that means it goes on the list of work that the NA World Service and the World Board has to carry out. So it will get done at some point. But as we've been saying quite a bit now, the dilemma is there's way more good ideas than there are resources. And, we need staff members and financial resources to be able to, create new projects. So what we've done is we have left these decisions up to the fellowship of what you want to prioritize. And that's kind of what you guys just went through in the CAT about, through those motions, allowing us to go ahead with a service project, with a literature project. And people have asked about what about things that have already passed, like say the women's IP and this kind of thing. Well, as we know, sometimes things change. And like, for example, during the last couple of years, the project about doing virtual meetings rose to the top because that became a very immediate need. So we decided to really leave this up to the fellowship, the order people, what's most important for the fellowship as a whole, because what might be most important to me might not be most important to you. So the way we see it is the conference is the place that we all come together to make decisions as a whole, so that in this case, whichever one rises to the top, it will be done in that order. But obviously anything that passes a motion will get done at some point.
Thank you, Irene. We got another question here.
Hi, family. I'm an addict named Patty RD from Minnesota. Irene, can you elaborate on the concerns that would have required a CAR motion and the visual style guide that you developed with Argentina?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you elaborate on the visual style guide that you developed in collaboration with Argentina and what would have required a CAR motion, but you were able to work it out?
Yeah, well, first of all, we haven't developed that yet. That's something that we're going to work on, but that was an example that they came with the motion. And the visual style guide is basically, around our virtual tools. And we actually thought it was a very good idea. And there is a work group working on tools. So they agreed that they would basically hand that over to the work group to work on. I mean, it's not completed yet, but that is something that the work group will be working on. So that is just an example of they were okay with, basically trusting it to be handed over to the board. And we gave an assurance that this is a thing that we can do. That's because we're practical and helpful, and we will do it. We just don't need to go through the whole motion process and vote on it and to go back to all the groups. You know what I mean? It's a sort of a practical tool thing. Yeah, so that will be worked on this year, I'm sure.
And that tool is like what the IP would look like, or what do you mean by visual?
A visual style guide is basically it's basically something that's used in the printing industry. Now, there's people who know more about this than me, but it's basic. I don't know, Paul, do you have any more information on that? I basically know the style guide. It's, you know, it's basically to keep some of our printed materials and our virtual materials sort of, you know, sort of some sort of uniformity among them, some tools. I'm not in the printing trade. It's more of a printing tool. Paul, do you have any more on that?
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Paul. I'm an addict. You're one of your World Board members. Irene, I think you've said as much as I know. It's a way of making it easier for the fellowship to produce material which is easily recognizable as NA material by homogenizing styles and regularizing the things that we do. So I think you've covered that quite well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet because it hasn't been made yet. So that's how it was described to me, you know?
Yeah.
All right, Sam.
Hey, I'm Sam. I'm an addict.
Hey, Sam.
How's it going, Irene? Good to see you.
You too.
I wanted to just like ask the question somewhat differently. It's a different version of the same question. If the CAR survey results in projects that are different than those which have passed via CAR motions, what happens next?
Well, my understanding is I think what we've all decided together through the CAR survey process is that, like I was saying before, any CAR motion that passed will stay on the list of things that will get done at some point. But the ones that rise up to the top on the survey, the ones that the fellowships feel are the most urgent, will be prioritized to be, you know, to be worked on. And as each project is done, obviously, you know, and perhaps as things improve, perhaps as more people are restored to working in NA World Services, more can be done than we anticipate at the moment. But at the moment, we're just trying to basically cut the cloth to our measure. And that's why we had the motions, you know, in the CAT, you know, asking for permission to do, you know, so many literature projects, so many service projects, you know, and obviously if they get done, when they get done, we'll move on to the next thing. It's just a prioritization tool. That's all it is.
Okay,
So
that's really helpful.
Yeah, because the problem with the motion, Sam, as you know, is that this is one region's priority. Like I personally might feel really strongly about something, right?
Yeah,
But
I mean, and
the
I
survey
think
is all, yeah.
the CAR essays, I think, really do a nice job of framing that sort of issue. I thought the board did a really nice job in the CAR of helping us understand that. I think what I'm hearing you say is that for purposes of priorities post WSC 2023, CAR survey trumps CAR motion.
Mm.
Very.
Well,
Yeah, I suppose. Go ahead, Paul.
hi, Sam. Nice to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Paul.
Nothing can trump a CAR motion if it is passed by the conference. So once a CAR motion is made and it's passed, but then it's mandatory. I mean, that has to happen. But things that come up in the survey may not be as a result of the CAR motion, but the fellowship may decide, well, actually, these things are more important. It doesn't mean that the CAR motions are trumped. It's just a question of priorities and question of timing. Does that make it a bit clearer?
Yeah, so that timing piece is important, right? So I think what I'm hearing you say is if it's a CAR motion, it's mandatory that it gets done.
Correct.
For purposes of priority and timing. Projects resulting from the CAR survey may supersede projects in CAR motions. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is actually up to the fellowship as a whole to decide what they want to prioritize, given that we have extremely limited resources at the moment. And you know, the board and NAWS have got a big backlog of projects that.
Yeah, totally
that,
understood. But that's a really important point. So when you say,
we are committed to those, we can't drop them, it's the decision.
Understood. So like one last question here is, like you said, the fellowship will decide in terms of how timing of projects prioritized in the CAR survey relate to timing of projects in the hopper as a result of CAR motions. Can you describe the mechanism by which the fellowship will make that decision? Is it simply the CAR survey that will make that decision? Or is there another mechanism that the board is envisioning which will determine how those relative timing priorities are set?
The CAR survey will be the instrument by which those priorities are set.
Thank you.
But we'll also be discussing this at the conference, and we'll be having a moving forward session on the last day where we'll all, come to the conclusions of what we'll be moving forward with. We'll be discussing it at the conference. Basically, the point is the last day of the conference that the board and any rural services leaves that conference with a mandate from the conference participants of what you guys want us to do,
Okay, that's super helpful and clarifies it for me 100%.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Brenda.
Hi, how you guys doing? Well, basically what I hear is at some point means it because it's staff and money, these things will be put on the to-do list, and everything is going to be put on the to-do list. Whether the cost or all the motions going to be put on the to-do list, but you're just going to prioritize what the fellowship wants first. But they all going to be put on the to-do list at some point. That's what I think. What's her name, Irene? At some point, and at some point, it could be years. If I'm right, it could be years before this happens. But it will be on the do list, and we will get to it eventually. I think that's what you're saying. Is that correct?
Well, yes, and yes, I suppose that is what I'm saying. But I'm a bit more hopeful that it won't be years. I think that
Well, you say you need staff.
Well, because no, but I mean, when you say years, I mean, if you look at, how much is done in the last couple of years, there has been a very good output, like throughout the pandemic with massively reduced staff. For example, we got a book-linked piece finished, the spiritual principle a day, like there is a really good output of work even with the restraints. But that's like saying how long is a piece of string. I can't give you an exact timeline right now,
And that's what I'm saying. You can't.
Yeah.
So it's,
years
could be 2 years. It could be 3 years.
Yes.
But it'll be some years. And I say that because I heard because we're short of staff, we're short of money, basically, because our projects take money. You have to have money to pay the people to do the project. So that's going to take some time. So it's just like the MAT motion and the women's pamphlet. Although some people say it was passed, then they say it's not passed, and so is it still on the list, or is it on the waiting list, or what are you waiting for to say it's final, or whatever, what I mean? So it's still on that to-do list.
Well, it is, but for example, with the DRT mats, we recently put out another survey to the fellowship, and we are just now in the process of analyzing those results. You know what I mean? And the bottom line with the DRT thing, and if I just speak about that briefly, is that we have no clear direction from the fellowship as of yet of what new, if there's anything new you want to say. I mean, we have, do you know what I mean? Like we have a few pamphlets already, we have in times of illness, we have, medication and recovery. We have, we've stuff throughout our literature that addresses DRT and MAT. What we need to develop a new piece of literature is something new, something and a clear direction. And from what we've seen so far, the results of the survey will be published in our conference report, which will be coming up for the conference. But we've seen a draft of the results, and I can tell you that there's no clear direction. It's 50-50. You know, some people are very clear that, for example, that they want to say that, if you're on DRT, like you're not clean, or do you know what I mean? Like people have very strong, different opposing views to what they want to say about DRT mats.
Right,
So,
right.
so yeah, so that's why that's been delayed, because we don't have material to create something new yet. But all those results will be shown to you guys in the conference reports. So you can analyze it yourself and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Could I add something there, please, Irene?
Yeah, please
Thank
do.
you. That's a really pertinent point. The DRT MAT IP, which is something that the fellowship has asked for, and it has been agreed that the fellowship will go ahead with this. Now, if I could go back to the most recent pamphlet that we produced, which was the Mental Health in Recovery pamphlet. That was something, again, the fellowship asked for it. There was a car motion which was passed to put together a project plan. But as soon as the fellowship asked for it, the fellowship started sending in input. Now there were 831 pieces of input from the fellowship, and they all said pretty overwhelmingly the same thing. So actually going ahead and doing that project was, the question of the fellowship was, what is Narcotics Anonymous's position on mental health and recovery with regards to psychiatric medication? And the fellowship's position was quite clear from the enormous amount of input that came in. That was a relatively straightforward project. But the fellowship has asked for the Narcotics Anonymous position on DRT MAT. And of course, the World Board doesn't decide what the fellowship's position is, the fellowship decides. And until the fellowship actually gives us a clear direction of their position, it's impossible to actually really go forward or put together a work group. Can you see the dilemma that we're in?
Well, I don't. Well, you say until the fellowship give you clear. Well, the fellowship can't give you something clear if they believe they already passed. If you're telling them that that these motions already passed, in the survey, they're thinking they already passed. So how can they give you something clear if they already if it appeared that it already passed? I'm confused.
Oh, well, the process, so I'll go back. The process is that if a car motion asks for a project plan to be put together by the board to create a new piece of literature, then the board will do that. The problem is that the board actually doesn't, the board actually, the input doesn't come from the board, the input comes from the fellowship. Does that make it clearer? So at the moment, we're asking for a project plan for a piece of literature to give a position that the fellowship is unclear about. That makes it difficult to go ahead to say, here's a project plan to do this, but you don't know what your position is for this piece of literature that we've asked for. So that may be that, although that will happen, in the meantime, there are other projects which have been passed, which are in the car, which are much more. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and if I can maybe just add something, like a project plan is just a plan, and usually a plan will include doing a survey, getting input from the fellowship, putting together a work group to put, to weave all the information we get together, putting it out for review and inputs. It goes back and forth until you have a final draft. So it's a process to make any new piece of literature, because it's for recovery literature. It's fellowship written, fellowship approved by the fellowship for the fellowship. So we just have to put the plan together and gather the information and put all the tools in place for it to be written. So that's what I'm saying. That's the stage, the DRT. This is the second time we've asked for information, and we're no wiser than we were the first time we asked for information. But you're going to see all that in the conference report.
All right, thank you. Matt.
Hi, everyone. Addict named Matt. I from your conversations with Sam and the questions that were answered, I just had a little follow-up because I think we've gotten some conflicting information today. When he asked what the mechanism was for the prioritization, and Paul's answer was the CAR survey. Our understanding and the way that we've been led to believe up to this point is that CAR survey is input and that the final prioritization would happen at the World Service Conference. I know there's not a final process in place for that. Is that something that's changed? Is that CAR survey now the prioritization and not something that's planned to happen at the conference?
Thanks, Matt. No, it hasn't changed. And as Irene said after I'd spoken, the final day of the conference will be a moving forward session at which the conference will make these decisions. That's the process.
Okay, sorry that I misunderstood. Then thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, and maybe it is kind of confusion because obviously they will be choosing from the top priorities. Do you know what I mean? Because you've seen the list, they're big. So,
right.
Yeah.
Much
Sorry,
like we did in 2018, the first time they did the CAR survey.
correct.
When we had the little dotology thing, although I'm sure it's going to be different with all the online people this time.
Yeah,
Right.
but I'll have to get some virtual dots. Yeah.
Could I just say something? We have taken half an hour to discuss the first regional CAR motion, and I don't know if we've finished discussion yet. And I just would like to point out that we are limited with time. So we would like to go through all the motions at this rate. If we take the same amount of time, we won't. Just want to point that out. Thank you all. Hi, good morning. I'm Paul. I'm an addict. Sorry, good morning, good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. here in Old England, not New England. And we're all ready to go. And thanks for letting us to do service. There'll be Hamid and myself doing our best to facilitate this. So is the motion maker for motion 14 here, please?
Yes, they are.
Would they like to go ahead and present this and speak to it as we did yesterday?
They would like you to go ahead and read, and then they'll just interject after we're done with that.
That's fine. Okay, I can see Thomas is the man. Okay, that's great. Hi, Thomas. Okay, so motion 14, to direct the World Board to create a project plan for consideration at the next WSC to investigate changes and or additional wording to NA literature from gender-specific language to gender-neutral and inclusive language. And the makers are the Sweden and Australia regions. The co-makers are Northern California region, Wisconsin region, and Ontario region. The intent is to give the conference and the fellowship the ability to meaningfully discuss changes to our literature to be more inclusive of all our members. Financial impact, there is minimal cost in creating a project plan. The cost to NAWS would be in the project itself if the WSC were to adopt and prioritize the plan. Okay, so shall I read the rationale, Thomas? Okay.
Yes, please, Paul.
Okay, so rationale from the regions, literature currently...
Recording in progress.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I've got it, as it says. So our literature currently makes multiple references to gender-specific and exclusive language. We recognize the importance of being able to identify oneself with the language described in our texts in order to embrace the program. In our fellowship, there are many who identify as LGBT+, who have experienced being made invisible in a great variety of situations. As a worldwide fellowship, we acknowledge that many cultures embrace non-binary individuals. Next slide, please. Thank you. Many of our members have expressed reservation at the male pronoun references to God, which may invoke an image of a specific God or religion. We believe this conflicts with our philosophy, which encourages all members to develop a personal relationship with the God of our own understanding. In NA, we are addicts first and foremost. Excuse me, sorry. And we must always keep our doors open for all addicts who have a desire to recover. We want our literature to be inclusive to all, regardless of how we might identify. The personal stories section of our basic texts contains stories from transgender individuals, and we wish to build on this gender-neutral foundation to reflect in all NA text. We allow for personal stories to be exempt from gender-neutral language and remain as they are currently written. When collaborating with Sweden and Australia, it became clear that Sweden wished to have gender-neutral language that was complementary to the existing language, whereas Australia felt that replacement was the way to proceed. The motion has been written as such that the motion has been written as such that all options can be explored in the project plan and recommendations provided back to the WSC and the fellowship. Would you like to go on with the World Board response, Thomas? Would you like?
Yes, please, Paul. I think it will give the whole view of this. Yes.
Okay, will do. So the response from the World Board is we believe that this seeks to open a discussion that appears to be much needed. The subject of gender specificity and neutrality in NA literature has gained increasing attention and energy in the intervening years since this motion first appeared in the 2020 CAR. And I would just like to add that since the basic text, there has, sorry, could you just go back, please, to the slide before? Since the basic text, with It Works, How and Why and following ones, actually attention has been paid to this. So if you look at It Works, How and Why, then that was the first part of our literature changing from being a gender-specific higher power. So I'd just like to point that out. This has been going on a lot longer, actually going back to 1992. The intent explains this motion will give the conference and the fellowship the ability to meaningfully discuss changes to our literature to be more inclusive of all our members. The board supports the idea of having this discussion, and obviously we believe it is the fellowship's collective responsibility to look at how our message is perceived. The motion is not asking for a decision about changes to literature. It's about whether we're willing to have the conversation, to investigate. And it's really important for us to all be clear about that when we're voting. The ideas included in the CAR survey, page 39. We have related discussions in the past, but not since the early 1990s, as I already described. And a lot has changed since then. The discussions in the 90s were primarily focused on whether to use the word God in NA literature, while this motion seeks to open discussions specifically about gender neutrality. The trustee bulletin on gender-specific language was written in 1992 when there were fewer than 20,000 NA meetings worldwide, and the basic text was published in 4 languages. Now there are more than 76,000 meetings, and we publish the basic text in 36 languages and increasing. Our membership has grown and diversified over the years. And just a word about translations. NA's literature is developed in English, and English language texts act as the prototype for all translation efforts. Different languages handle gender differently, and local translation committees are familiar with what they need to do to be consistent with the English texts. For these reasons, we anticipate the discussion would focus on English language literature. And of course, anyone here is familiar with, for instance, the Romantic languages like French and Spanish, know exactly what the implications of translation would be for this. Motion 14, to direct the World Board to create a project plan for consideration at the next WSC to investigate changes and or additional wording to literature from gender-specific language to gender-neutral and inclusive language. And the intent is this motion will give the conference and the fellowship the ability to meaningfully discuss changes to our literature to be more inclusive of all our members. And I will open it up now. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. My name is Thomas and I am an addict. Hi. And I serve the Swedish region as a regional delegate. And together today with my alternate, Nils. Can you present yourself, Nils?
Hi family, my name is Nils and I'm an addict. I'm alternate delegate for Sweden. Nice to see you, everybody.
I don't know why I'm waving. See you again.
It's great to take part, and first of all, thank you, Nebraska region, that you invited us to take part in your nice workshop for the car and cat and the regional motions. I don't know how much time we have, but you heard the motion, and we are able to answer questions. But first of all, I will say what is the motion about? And if you make it very short, it is the intention is to increase the identification for all members. So if you make it very easy, and that should I give you the story? Do I have 5 minutes? I can give you the story about the motion. Is it okay? Yeah. It started in the beginning of 2018 with a group in Sweden. It's called the Regnbågsgruppen. It's the Rainbow Group. And they made a motion about this because they have discussed that they wanted to have a discussion about changing of the wordings, and they take the motion as an ordinary process to the area, and they got an accept to go further with it, and of course to the Swedish region, and we have a discussion with it and about it, and it was actually formulated to change the wordings in the literature. And as a regional delegate, we took it started to discuss it to make the motion accepted for the car during this process. And about in the end of in the summer of 2019, we have a discussion about how to formulate the motion. And we know that this motion is not very easy. All of you know that we have the basic text and all the literature in many languages. And a change could be it could be a lot of work. So during producing the motion, we got knowing that it is more a question about starting this process, not making the change radically. And we took back the motion to the region and to the group and have a discussion about what their intention was. And it was really clear that the intention in this discussion was not to make the changes, it was to start the process of discussing how we can be more including in the language. And we got the accept from the group, and we took it back to the World Board. And during this process, we get able that the Australian region had the same discussion in the other part of the world. They had the same discussion, and we started to have some meeting together with Australia, and we made some changes in the motion to try to fit it that we could stand behind it from both regions. And during, as you can read, the change of this, the difference, maybe it's more that the Australian wanted to change it, the wordings, and the Swedish region and the group was more to go to complementary change, so that it should fit depending of how you write it in different languages. you get to fit all members in the wordings. So we made this motion and we put it into CAR 2020. And all of you know what happened during this time, that we could not take the motion, the regional motion, on the World Service Conference 2020. And that made us the possibility to reschedule this motion for CAR 2023. And during these years, a lot of regions have contacted us about it, and we have been talking about it, and we feel stronger and stronger that this is time to start this process for discussing this topic. So I know we made the same 2 years ago with the New York region. We were taking part to explain and discuss this motion and answer on questions. And now we are here with Nebraska. And we have had the CAR motion workshop with the Swedish region. And also every time we have to discuss it, because this is not an easy topic. So that is a little bit about the history about the motion. So I let you be able to, thank you for explaining it.
Thank you, Thomas.
Do you have some questions or something you want us to answer on about it?
Any questions? Yep, we have one here. And Alicia, we'll go ahead and go.
Yes, hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia, and oh my God, I was listening to Thomas. Thank you so much, Thomas, for explaining how it all came about. I'm new, and I was requested to be here by someone from the Manhattan area, and I just wanted to know, why isn't sexual identity enough in regards to the motion? Why isn't the word sexual identity sufficient for the literature as it stands? Thank you.
Yeah, well, Alicia, thank you for the question. For some people it is, and this motion was actually made to not get the detailed wording set in the motion. This motion was to start a discussion about changing more wide, and by that reason we didn't. The intention is not just to change one word, it is to start a discussion about how we can be more including for different people who feel that they have different identities. So this motion don't say just don't just want to figure out the thing that you explained. So that is the answer. It wanted to have a more wide discussion about identification wordings. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
Could I just add something there, please? Thank you. I think that's a great question, and it's already come up in a number of different workshops. And I think that that's a question that we need to discuss as a fellowship. And I think that's one of the ones that I hope will come up if this motion passes. And even if it doesn't, I think the discussion will go on It may not, you know, it will go on in the fellowship. Of course, it's not going to go away. So does that? I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm an addict. Iowa RD.
Welcome home. Try that again.
Yeah, I'm the best little RD guy playing in Iowa, so I'm gonna pass it. Wow, that will derail a thought, I gotta tell you. So I don't understand part of this motion, when it talks about, complementary language versus replacement language. Could you give me an example of what replacement language is? And right, like, could I get specific examples about the distinction between those two things? Thanks.
I don't know if the question was directed to me, but I could not hear the question. So please, can you re-asking it once again, or something maybe Barry who facilitate. Can you read the question once again?
So my question is, if you could explain the
All the way.
Okay, so my question is, if you could explain the distinction between complementary and replacement language.
She's asking for the difference, or to please explain the difference between complementary language and replacement language.
I'm not really sure I understand the question, but the motion, is it the difference between the Australian way to see on the motion or the Swedish way?
Yes.
Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it wanted to start up the discussion about the possibility to change, and you know, in some way, we did not point out what word it should be used to make changes, but during the process in Sweden, we also got reactions that also people who are gender specific, who wanted to know that God is like we know him, also wanted to be included. And that means that this process is not very easy. And someone told, as we know God, as we know her, and they also wanted to be included. So that means that if you choose a change to a neutral word, it will not be including for the one who felt that they belong to a gender specific part. And that made the discussion more complicated. So we wanted to start the process. We didn't want to point out what words should we use. And I will not talk for Australia because I don't know if Elliot is part of this meeting, but who is a regional delegate for Australia. But that was the view of the discussion from the Swedish region during this process, that it should be including for everyone. And that makes it more complicated. I don't know if that was a good answer, but that was a perspective about how the discussion was going from the Swedish perspective. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The room is muted.
Yeah, sorry, we would probably, the member here would like to maybe ask the board what, if the motion did pass, what does that mean? Those two different words.
But the sound of it is that you're either replacing or.
Could I, was the
Can I-
question,
Oh,
what would happen if the motion were to pass? Was that the question?
Yeah, that's the question. What would the difference of those wordings mean?
Yeah, so from my understanding is what, and correct me if I'm wrong, Thomas. So Thomas was saying, if the motion were to say, for example, let us change the wording to be non-gender specific, then the other question following that would be, what is non-gender specific? Is it he, her, him, all of that? So basically the motion is for us as a conference to actually open up the discussion and say, okay, so we understand that we want the literature to be more non-gender specific, but what would actually be the words that are non-gender specific? And then we decide on that as a discussion with the conference. And then once we have a solid direction, then we would probably take it from there. Is that correct, Tom?
Yes, well, we have to look at the process, and when we got answer, what word will we choose? You ask for what will happen in the end of, if we accept the motion, what will happen after the discussion, and what will the World Board suggest? And that answer we cannot give. This is the start of the process. This is not giving the answer on the process yet. So I think we have to understand that this motion is not to specific suggest the change. It have to start the process, and we must let the process go on. And if the motion will get accepted, it will start a work with this process that will give different answers, will give answers on these questions by having all the anybody taking part in this discussion. So I cannot give the answer on what word and how we will make the changes. That will be the process that we start. Okay.
No, just
Thomas, and could I just interject there, please? Again, that's a great question, and it is actually a question for the discussion rather than a question for now. I mean, the motion is really open. The motion is just saying we have a discussion, and I can see in the chat there are lots and lots of people giving their ideas of what complementary means, but there's no Australians. So, and I'm sure that, I mean, honestly, I really do think that this is a question that we can't answer now, but I think that, and I think that we've all got our own opinions, and as a fellowship, we have to come to a consensus. That's why this motion is there, for us to have this discussion and unpick it and find out exactly what it means to all of us. Is that okay? Is that helpful?
That helps. She's nodding her head yes. So thank you very much. Lillian.
Hi, thank you. My question is, so the motion says that it's to start a discussion, but then in the actual motion, it says a project plan. So at the end of a project plan, you would come back with your plan to do what you intended. And that would come back to the fellowship. So it's not just a discussion, it would be to create a plan for change about whatever you discuss, right?
That's true. However, until the fellowship comes to a consensus about actually what it wants and the way to proceed, the World Board can't actually give a project plan and say, okay, this is what the motion says, so this is how you are going to do it. The fellowship decides how it is going to do it. And that would be an ongoing discussion. And we're talking about changing most NA recovery literature really, really considerably. Now, that's something that I don't think we would agree to be able to accomplish in a 2-year cycle or a 3-year cycle, depending on what the next motion is. Depending on how that particular motion goes. I think this is an ongoing discussion, and the project plan may actually come up with a number of options for the fellowship. Does that help? I mean, it's a very big, potentially a really, really big thing that is being suggested here.
Right. So then whatever you guys come up with will come back to the fellowship for us to vote again?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lewis.
Hi, I'm Lewis. I'm an addict. I'm really hoping that this gets supported. And one thing I'm also really glad to see here is that one of the motion makers is from a region that does not speak English. Now, English is an unusual language. I just read a fascinating book on it, actually. It's one of the few languages that doesn't have gender nouns. And so I'm really wondering, how much of this topic is how it's going to affect, say, Spanish speakers or other, other people that do have gender nouns. And that, and so I'm really happy to hear that you got a non-English speaking person too. And I'm really hoping that this discussion does really explore, well, if we change it in English, what will it look like in Russian or Arabic or something else? And how much of this is an English thing versus, and will we be imposing our English on other languages? So I really hope we have this conversation. Thanks a lot for letting me share.
Thank you, Lewis.
Thank you, Lewis. I'm really glad that you say this, because when we started to discuss this motion in EDM, we got an example from Turkey. They said they had 12 different gender words, and they, when they have translated the literature, they included them all. So by choosing the word depending on where. So I think this is of course a discussion when you are going to make the translation, and how including can you be according to the language possibilities. And it's different between English and different languages. I think in Sweden we have practically the same situation as in English. So I don't know the difference actually, because but I am really happy, Louis, that you put out this question, because it can have different views in different languages. That's true.
I actually understand, and I just literally finished reading a book on this very topic, that there actually is a Swedish dialect that did get rid of gender, and that of the other Germanic languages, Afrikaans doesn't have it either. And so it's a fascinating topic that I personally enjoy. So anyway, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Lewis.
Thank you.
Can I also say something just for a point of clarification for Liliana? So Liliana, once the project plan is created and the investigation of the discussion happens with the conference and the fellowship, it won't come back to vote on. They'll just present their investigation. There has to be another vote based on that project plan. So just that point of clarification.
Thank you, Hamid.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yep, we have one back here.
I'm Leanne Addict from Bessel Region. My question would be for the World Board. Paul, I'm confused and I'm sorry for my ignorance on this since I've been at 2 conferences. If we create a project plan and we're going to open the discussion, there's all these other project plans that people want created, and there's all these other project plans we were going to do. What happens in the line of priority do you drop everything else you're doing and decide that we're going to discuss this first? How does the board decide what we're doing first?
Okay, that's a question that is very pertinent and is quite familiar to us. We have 2 processes. We have the project plan, and basically the project plan is quite straightforward. If there is a motion to create a project plan and it is passed by the conference, then the board actually works on that project plan to present it to the fellowship. That's the first thing. What happens to it as far as priorities go really depends on, in a lot of ways, the CAR survey. The CAR survey actually can say, well, we would like actually to go forward with the results of this project plan. Another motion could be made. Then that would go into, if you like, it would go into a list of things that the board would look at facilitating, depending on what the CAR survey actually prioritizes. So it's quite a convoluted process. That's the one we're in at the moment, because basically a lot of work was held up by COVID and by the diminishing of resources at the World Service Office. So we're looking at quite a convoluted process. Anything that is passed by the conference will be mandated to the board to do. Can't give a time scale because, again, the priority is up to the fellowship. Does that help to answer your question?
That was so helpful. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
How many project plans do you think we're working on at this time, Paul?
Off the top of my head, I really can't answer that question. Maybe one of my colleagues from the board could jump in and answer that question. Danny, perhaps?
Hey, well, currently we have the surveys that went out for the loaner and DRT MAT, and the results will be published in the conference report. Other than that, we're kind of like in a waiting period because we're looking for the conference to prioritize what the next project plans will be and what those topics are that will get slotted into the 4 different well, there's the 2 literature ones, the new IP and revising IP, the service tools project, and then possibly if the conference prioritizes the gender discussion, it could be one of the IDTs for next cycle. The other 2 projects that are in the CAT are Invest in Our Vision and the WSC of the Future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
We have another question over here.
Jacob, AD from Mid-America. Those are current project plans that are being worked on, or project plans that have been developed because of the last conference cycle? Does that number that you just gave include ones that were passed previously that have not been, have been deprioritized?
Yeah, I think it's, yeah, I think if you're to look at WC 2020 and what was, I think, motion number 3, which was a very long motion that says we acknowledge that we're in a global pandemic and we're probably not going to be able to get to things. We didn't know how long it would go on for, since the conference was about like a month into the pandemic, and not realizing that it would just keep going and we wouldn't be able to hire back staff, and that we're still not at the income that we were at before because the literature engine still hasn't completely fired up on all cylinders. We also didn't know that the fellowship would shift from 10% income from contributions to close to 25%, which is incredible. So, last cycle we completed, this cycle, we completed a few projects. We had the Service Toolbox project, which prioritized virtual meetings, and we released the virtual meeting basics. There was the Spiritual Principle a Day project, which Hamed was a part of and could speak more about that project. And we actually approved that book at the interim WSC, the first one that, we just had. We also, like I said, we did the loaner survey that went out, and also the DRT MA survey that went out as well. And we also had the Role of Zones project, which we were creative with that and essentially asked, similar to the WSC the Future project, it was a virtual work group, and we asked for representatives from each of the zones and Iran to be a part of that work group and have discussions about the role of zones. And I see Jim B here and Lewis here, who were part of that work group and could probably answer more about that one. The other one was the FIPT work group, which continued to work through the recommendations from motion number 1, 2, and 3. So regarding the inspection request threshold and some of the cleanup in bulletin number 1, and the inclusion of zonal forums in the as the trust store in the trust instrument. And maybe I missed one. I think that I covered it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Cheryl?
I'm going to put my hand down because I think I was trying to ask, I don't want to ask the same question again. I was just trying to get an idea of what is being worked on prior to any CAT motions that we're into right now. And I think that question has been answered. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done.
Brenda, we cannot hear you.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you for coming, for letting us take part. It was a great to see how many interested members you have in the Nebraska region who wanted to, and good questions. So go on. Thank you.
See you in April, everybody.
The presenters in the room, but I don't think they didn't respond, so they must not want to present.
I'm happy to present.
All right.
Hey.
Give the world work a little break, right? Thank you guys for hosting. Hope everyone's having a great time so far being of service. Thank you for sharing the slides and hosting. So my name is Jade. I'm the regional delegate for Southern California region, the regional motion maker of motion 15. Motion 15 is to direct the World Board to create a project plan for the next WSC to initiate the process for the fellowship to approve adding gender to what is the NA program, to read anyone may join us regardless of age, race, gender, sexual identity, creed, religion, or lack of religion. Of course we could, so we're the maker, the intent is to be more gender neutral and inclusive, and there is minimal cost as it's a project plan and to frame a discussion, but I'm here to answer questions as the regional motion maker. So anyone have any questions?
Jade, would you mind if we just have the World Board response to this, please?
Yeah, sure.
That's on the next slide. So are you happy with your rationale from the region?
What was that?
Are you happy to not read out the rationale from the region?
Yeah, you want to go back one slide? We'll go back one slide.
Yeah, we just talked about that there's a difference, and we believe that the way that the reading currently is, that there isn't, and it isn't as inclusive, and we just specified the difference. So we just detailed that out and it's pretty detailed in the card. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, can we go on to the and very good to see you again, Jade, by the way.
You too, Paul. Thank you.
So if I can go on to the World Board response, and our response is that we have a change which actually will go across a lot of narcotics anonymous literature. It's not just one single piece of literature. It's actually changing the literature in a number of things. So if we change what is the NA program, which is in the basic text in the little white book on the reading cards, we would need to revise IP1 in 57 languages, the little white book in 30 languages, the introductory guide to NA in 23 languages, and the reading cards in 38 language versions. So it's not a small change. It's only one word, but actually it has very, very large implications for the fellowship and for world services. So we think that this motion could be included in material provided to the project call for in motion 14, if that motion is adopted. Given that fact, we believe it would be wise to commit motion 15 to the board. If motion 15 does not pass, the board will have a discussion and make a recommendation about how to move forward. Not a ruling, a recommendation. So that's the position of the World Board on this motion. Thank you, Jade. Would you like to respond, or shall we open this for discussion?
Is there any discussion? Any question?
I think Jade was getting ready to respond to the board.
Thanks, Kelly. No, it's just this is from motion 14, and the fact that it's starting with one specific piece versus different pieces, even though those pieces in different pieces of literature. At least it's a start versus looking at how all of our literature is going to change. As we've talked about several points in today's agenda, that we have a lot of projects going on. So taking on a large project in motion 15 might be too big of a task. So that's why kind of the rationale for motion 15 versus motion being lumped in together with motion 14, or saying no to motion 15 to yes to motion 14. So
thank you very much. Your points are well made.
We have a question here.
Acting Patty in Minnesota, RG. Jade, I just appreciate that your region is got the ball rolling with this discussion, and I'm just wondering about the other parts of that reading that would not necessarily be considered inclusive or gender neutral, and why y'all chose to just stop with the adding gender, such as a society of men and women, right? As opposed to people.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a small start, and if we could make all of the changes, that would be ideal. But this was just one small change that our region had thought that this was a good start. But thank you for pointing that out.
I think we have another question here.
This would have to be changed to the FIPT because it would be changing book 1, correct?
That's correct.
So even if this, how does passing this, does something have to happen with the FIPT in order to do that too? Or is it just, we could just pass that and we could change book 1?
We don't need to change the FIPT.
Not small.
And I mean, that's probably something that would also come up in the project plan as well, because this is just a project plan.
Good point. Good point.
Any other questions? Got another one here.
Adding Jacob, Mid-America Region to AD. So if in theory 14 fails and 15 passes, and then a motion like 14 comes up again and passes at a later date, we would then have to make large subsequent changes to literature multiple times. Does that track with everybody else? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for taking the time to present.
Thanks for having me. Sorry for the lack of response. Love you all.
Thank you, Jade.
Okay, then. Motion 16 then? Okay, is the maker Bahason here?
Scott from San Diego.
Yes, here.
I'm not seeing him.
Okay. All right, well, I'll go ahead then. All right, so this is motion 16 to direct the World Board to develop a project plan for consideration at the next World Service Conference to create a booklet of step study questions where all answers relate to a line in chapter 4 of the basic text. The maker is Bahason. Co-makers are South Florida region, Mexico Occidente region, Northern California region, Southern California region, San Diego Imperial Counties region, and Region de Mexico. So the intent is to create a fellowship approved, inexpensive, NA step study questions booklet that relates directly back to the basic text. So once again, it's a project plan, so minimal cost in creating a project plan. Now, we have the rationale to the region. So our region has had great success using an elemental, non-personal NA step study material for many decades about the size of the group booklets. The step study booklet we have been working with contains questions and answers to study questions taken from chapter 4 in the basic text. When the answers to study questions are the sentences in NA literature, then issues of personality, ego, politics, religion, and other affiliations are removed. The answer is always the original line in the basic text form from which the question was created. We believe we are identifying a need not generally understood in the English-speaking part of our fellowship. The result of this motion would be a basic text step study booklet. Chapter 4 of the basic text is included in the introductory guide to NA, and when combined with an NA step study questions booklet, we will have a less expensive and effective way to teach the NA program in NA group settings, one-to-one, and in both the incarceration and treatment environments. Understanding the 12 steps as described in the basic text provides a strong foundation for all members. The basic text is uncomplicated, heartfelt piece of NA recovery literature, which addicts can identify and embrace. This basic text step study question guide could be translated early in a community's development or as translations are available. We want to share with you all this NA recovery tool that has been so successful for Bajason. So I think their intent is very clear. I believe that they already have a booklet that they use. I think it might be called Back to Basics. Am I correct on that, Paul? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, it's a piece of locally developed literature that they use and enjoy, and they find it to be effective. And what they would like us to do is to print it off as through NA World Services as, you know, fellowship recovery literature. So the issues we have with that are twofold. It's not with the project itself or anything to do with that work. It's just that it completely circumvents our processes, which number one is this idea, it is included in the CAR survey. But number two is we don't take fully formed pieces of locally developed material and publish them as fellowship approved literature, because that's not our process. We could take an idea, for example, we could take an idea, for example, for a new step study guide, but the actual format of that and the makeup of that and the wording of it would not come fully formed. It would follow our usual literature development process, which we described earlier, you know, input, work group, review and input, so that it's truly a piece that's created by all of us together. So that is our response to that motion. Any questions?
Yes, we have one from Don.
Hey, Don.
Yeah, hi, I'm Don. I'm an addict, RD San Diego Imperial, and one of the co-makers of this motion. I'm pretty close with Scott since he lives in my region, and unfortunately, I guess he couldn't be here at this time. And I also know Bajason since they're our neighboring region to the south. And I've been working with them on this for about 5 years. And maybe what you just talked about was what their intent was initially, but that is not their intent or their understanding as of today. They understand completely that it'll be a new literature project. Maybe they hope a little bit that it'll be similar as far as the answers to the questions, but they understand that it'll go out for input, come back, be reviewed, and of course the final draft will be in the car. They're not expecting you to take that booklet that they've used for 20 years and publish it for them. Okay? That's all I got. I can feel questions, I guess, if you need to ask me anything.
Sorry, Don, I didn't hear the last thing you said there, but thanks for that information, and that would have been helpful if that was the actual wording of the motion, you know. And I understand completely what you're saying. But however, the way this motion is worded is extremely directive and says step study questions where all the answers relate to a line in chapter 4 of the basic text. So we don't have the power, the World Board, to change a motion. You know, this comes from the motion maker. They would have had to have changed this.
Yeah, but it doesn't say you're printing word for word an existing piece of locally developed literature. That is what I'm saying that you incorrectly mentioned. This is their intent, and if it needs to be changed in the board, working with the region, and I know you have Spanish-speaking members on the board, should be working with Baja Zone to get a motion that could get them something that's close. And they're not the only Spanish-speaking region that's interested in this. And I think it's time in our fellowship that a non-English speaking part of our fellowship get a piece of literature developed for their needs. And that is the main reason that I've been behind this for 5 years.
Okay, Don, I hear you loud and clear, and I agree that, you know, it's really important that we're mindful of everybody's needs. However, I know myself and I know Jack did work with these motion makers, and they didn't change the wording, you know, and they were explained the process, but they still wanted to say that all answers relate to a line in chapter 4 of the basic text. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm not saying it's not a great book. What I'm saying is that if a motion passes, we have to follow what the motion says unless it's amended. Jack is actually going to speak to it because he's here now. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Irene. Hi, everyone. Back from the doctor. All is well. Yeah, it's good. I had a number of conversations with the maker, and we had translators and people that spoke Spanish. And I think Irene has articulated it really well. Well, John, I hear what you're saying. We still have the language that we have, meaning this is the language that ultimately was settled on. And while I have heard your point made in regards to this motion, what it says now is what it says now. And so that's what we're dealing with. And I don't want to speak to Baja Sun and all the makers and what all of their intents are, because I think there's probably some legitimate slight differences of perspective on that. That's normal. But I know one perspective was exactly the one Irene articulated, which seems to be the one captured in the motion as it currently was presented in the car. So I hope that helps. I will say they were great to work. We had, I think, 3 meetings on this for about an hour each, and we got to a much better place than where we started, which was really true. I think Irene and I did this. That was true of most of the motion makers, wasn't it, Irene? We really got, it takes time, but we got, you know, the regions and zones were really, I think we were all really cooperative, trying to get stuff before the conference that would, you know, be helpful and represented a consensus as best we could.
Thanks, Jack. So, you know, on the other hand, anyway, that's it is what it is. That's the motion as is. So, do we have any more questions on that?
Any other questions?
Is Mike C there?
Is Mike C present?
I think we're going on to 17 then. That would be Paul.
Yes.
Wolvina has a question.
Okay.
Wolvina has a question. Go ahead, Wolvina.
Sorry, is this still about 16?
It is about the Baja Sun motion, because I just want to understand, Irene, it sounds like if the motion is passed in its current wording, it sounds like what you were saying is that the project plan would have to use a different implementation for that they wouldn't be able to use the wording in the motion, which would be to refer to a sentence by sentence kind of workbook style format of that step study guide, that what they would do is send it back out to get other feedback from the fellowship as a whole for that project. Because I guess that's what I'm trying to understand, that if it gets past the implementation based on your comment would be different, and it wouldn't align directly with what they're asking.
Hi, Wolvina. How you doing? Good to see you.
I'm sorry, I can't turn on my video because my.
Oh, I see your pretty picture there. Okay, well, see, the problem is, Wolvina, is it's contrary to our agreed process. You know, our agreed process for a piece of fellowship approved literature is it's written with worldwide collaboration with all of our voices in it. So we couldn't actually accomplish this. We couldn't just go and just direct the fellowship that it has to be exactly like this, because that's not what we've been mandated with. You know, our task at NA World Services and on the World Board is to follow the will of the fellowship. And the will of the fellowship has been very clear at this point, that when we're developing any fellowship approved recovery literature, that it has to be a worldwide collaborative process with input and approval from everybody, and not directed by one particular region, even though they have a piece they really like and I'm sure works really well. We're just saying what our issue is. It's contrary to our processes and to what we've agreed with our worldwide fellowship, the way that we're going to do things.
So even the basic text as that was published, which was only a US collaboration at the point that it was published in 1982 on those steps, that would not be acceptable in the implementation of this motion if it were passed.
Well, I'm not sure I follow you there, will be. I mean, times have changed since 1982. You know, our processes are constantly getting better. And, you know, I think our process now is pretty good for fellowship development, for fellowship literature development. You know, it's very collaborative, very inclusive. Everybody can have their voice heard. You know, the basic text is a wonderful, beautiful book that they use their best skills to develop at that time. You know, and our process has evolved. We have other tools available to us, like, you know, ability to communicate with the Worldwide Fellowship very easily. So anyway, we're just saying that this would be a huge departure from how we write recovery literature.
Okay, well, thank you for making that clear. It just sounds like if it were passed, you guys would not be able to be directed, that the project plan would be modified to do it with worldwide participation.
I don't know how to better answer it than I've already answered it. I mean, I really don't know what I can add to it. You know, like if it does pass, we'll have, basically if it passes, we'll have to deal with it, but it's not how we create recovery literature in NA World Services. You know, it's something that's already pre-directed and pre-mandated.
Okay, well, no, thanks for taking the time to answer that. Thank you.
Thanks, Wilvina.
Thank you, Wilvina. Kelly?
Kelly Attic, don't mean to continue to beat this to death, but I was at the Florida car workshop when Scott did present this. And so I just wanted to kind of elaborate a little more that hasn't been brought up here. And that is although we have a structured paradigm that we use as our fellowship to develop literature, that doesn't fit this motion. One of the purposes that the motion is trying to address is the challenge in the Mexican prison system that they cannot get literature into the prisons that do not come from the distributor. So they have the community, the Spanish-speaking community, and the Mexican Fellowship has done a lot of work to create literature that is simplified to the literacy, you know, for people who struggle with reading, to have these questions very simple and basic for, you know, prisoners in the prisons in Mexico to work their steps as they can, but they can't get this literature into the prisons when it's locally developed. So that was another approach that they were trying to take with, and it could be right or wrong. I'm not going to advocate one way or the other, but I'm just trying to, you know, for the delegates that are here to understand that there was, that we have a structured paradigm of developing and delivering literature that seems to not respond well to this particular resistance within a country to provide literature in the prisons in a language and in a format that a population would be able to read and understand.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly, for for adding that. And yeah, I'm sure the ideas behind this are really sound and based on trying to carry the message. And there's many pieces of locally developed literature around the world that are wonderful. Like here in the Irish region, like for example, we have a Parents and Carers Handbook that we use for people who care for others. And, you know, they're wonderful, but it is a different issue than us developing a piece of fellowship developed recovery literature to Any World Services. It's just a different, it's a different thing. You know what I mean? So that's all that we can respond to is what we've been directed to do for the fellowship, you know? But, you know, zone regions are making wonderful things that can be used.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Scott, would you like to, or Stephen? Or Scott, would you like to address your motion? Are you here?
This is Scott Addict. I'm here for the Baja Zone region. I can do it now or after the end of the other regional motions, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, we can go ahead and backtrack there. So then go for it.
Okay. Well, I had gotten the agenda, and so I marked my calendar and my time slot for 3:15 Central Time and 1:15 California time. And I guess you guys were much faster getting to the conference approval track stuff. So I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. A friend of mine, a regional delegate in San Diego, sent me an email. He felt like the discussion had been somewhat disparaging, so I will make up for that. Our motion begins with basically new people coming to NA and having a way to learn the program. And just like all of us, you know, we come to NA and we're told to go to meetings and get a sponsor, and eventually we even stick around a little while, and with that sponsor, we start working the steps. And for a lot of us, from some years ago, the working the steps was from the basic text, and I know I've found that to be the most basic and best foundation in recovery that we can get. As a conference participant through the 90s, I know that one of the thoughts that was expressed at the time was that if we approved the step working guide, we somehow giving people the impression that we legislated only one way to work the steps. And no, that is not the case. There's as many ways to work the steps as there are sponsors, because every time that you explain something to this sponsee that's got a PhD and that sponsee that didn't finish high school and spent his last 4 years in prison, you're going to phrase things differently and explain things differently, but the references are usually going to be the same, which would be, for instance, the basic text. And that's what we keep coming back to, especially in the third world. Some of the other literature we have is either very nice encyclopedic reading or very complicated and hard to figure out because it's almost like armchair psychology. The basic text has been our best go-to information. And the other thing about learning from the basic text and from the style of questioning where you ask a question and the answer is always aligned in the basic text is that there's less influence from other fellowships or outside religions or personalities, because there's always someone that seems to know better, especially in developing communities where we're just getting a foothold. And that's the idea behind the basic text step study questions, is that they are basically questions derived from sentences in the basic text. An example is, does it matter what or how much you used? Well, the first line in step one of the basic text says, no, it does not matter what or how much you used. It seems kind of dumb, but it's not. It's simple, but it's not stupid. And the point is it's called a rule of rote learning or repetition learning. And it's just like when I was a kid, we learned the math arithmetic by having to learn the mathematics tables, like 7 times 7 is 49. And then they came along with new math and tongue depressors and stuff. And nowadays you got a whole generation or two of people that can't do any kind of add, subtract, or multiply except without the calculator on their cell phone. If we know the program, when we know where to find the information, especially if some of the information we're hearing in meetings, then it gives us a strong foundation and a confidence that this thing really is for real and it works. Why a new booklet of step study questions? Well, first of all, the basic text with the flow writing process that was used to create it is very much an interactive product. It doesn't have a lot of questions and answers in it, but the whole way it was written is very engaging. You can get the emotional strength and feel from it. And like I was referring to earlier, a lot of the existing material was developed long after the cell phone became ubiquitous in our daily lives, and so it sort of has a different draw to it. It doesn't have that same engaging ability. With each question being derived from the basic text in some kind of format, we're always guided to go back to NA literature, not a person's opinion or theory or what they taught in the treatment center they were at. And that's the whole idea, is that for a first time through the steps, the basic text is the best foundation. Other times through the steps might be from other material, for instance, from It Works Out Why, the step working guides. Why not just make copies and pass them around? Well, making copies and pass them around in the third world looks a lot like the contraband literature that is being pumped out here by people from Pennsylvania and Utah and California. And we're trying to put a stop to that. We've done a pretty good job of it, and we've had a lot of help from World Services in doing so. But we're in recovery, we're trying to not mimic underground literature. And we really would be helpful to have an NA approved booklet of basic text step study questions that we could have as a study guide. Other thoughts that have been brought up to us are also sponsorship behind the walls. In some of the regions out here in the West, they've found that this would probably be a really great way to save some money at the front end of the process instead of spending $30, $40 sending books to an inmate, because only the publisher can send the books. So it has to come from the World Service Office, so it has to be approved literature. And then finding out that they maybe got the book and didn't reply back to the letters. They can engage someone with a $2.70 introductory guide and a $1.50 booklet and get them studying the steps from the chapter 4 of the basic text just as a start in learning the NA program. We believe in this, and we really, it's been working for us for a number of years. Now, one of the things that gets brought up, and I was in Pennsylvania a couple of weeks ago for the mother of gender workshops at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Learning Conference, and NAWS seemed to have two main points. One is that why create new literature, or new literature should always be starting from the literature survey. Well, we know for a fact that in our experience, the literature survey has some failings. For one thing, the way stuff gets in the literature surveys, it gets sent into World, and World puts it on the literature survey. There's no openly published process for regions or individuals or areas or whatever to send in material to be put on the literature survey. But even more importantly, the line items on the literature survey don't tell you really anything about what the thing is. There's no context, there's no description of what the product would be. And so just the impression you get from reading the words may be different than what it is that was actually intended. The other thing is this material exists. We've got one thing that's been existing since the early 80s, and it's been a back and forth issue off and on. We've also, the Carolina region sent us a copy of their book, which is a basic text study questions. It covers all first 10 chapters of the basic text. And they sent us a PDF file, we printed it off. And some of the questions are the same as the existing ones, some are not. The point is, though, is that it's a method of learning that works. In fact, when I was in Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago, a guy came up to me and said he was from Carolina, and he uses their Carolina study guide with his sponsees to study the steps. So the material does work, and it has a proven track record. There's a whole different aspect involved here, being from the third world. Everything's so simple and plain to all of us who grew up in the same language in the same first world country, and we're sort of familiar with most things, even though some things can be different on one side of the Mississippi River on the other side. I know the groups in California clap, and they don't clap much on the East Coast. And there's a few other things that are a little bit different. But a lot of the fellowship from the first world is perceived from outside the U.S. as being from a very middle-class, homogenous type situation. And that's not at all true from the third world. And in the third world, things actually are seen from a much different perspective. I'll give you an example. A lot of places have Spanish groups. And a lot of times you'll discover those Spanish groups, they meet 7 days a week. And in fact, they even have a little meeting. They'll rent an office space, and that'll be their locale. And they'll meet there 7 days a week. And then the average English-speaking NA member will go by there and say, oh, that's the Spanish club. But the Spanish speakers hear that and they say, well, we're not a club. We're just one fellowship, and it's one group with multiple meetings. So it's just a slight different perspective and different perception, but it's just different. To the third world person, it explains or demonstrates the vast differences in the way sometimes how things are perceived. We're asking for a different perspective on how we approach literature, because this basic step study questions booklet that we're asking for, it's not new creative literature. We're not trying to invent new policy or create new impressions of what this, or understandings of what the material is. We're just trying to get people to look at the basic text and get them to study from the basic text. So in fact, what it is a category of literature that doesn't seem to exist in our current structure. Not being creative literature, it doesn't fit. I don't think you'll agree that it doesn't fit the exact parameters of what creative literature would be, like creating a new book, like Living Clean or something like that. And for that reason, we're wondering if maybe there couldn't be some new category created, like a service, treated more like a service bulletin. Because again, a step study guide is like a primer. It's just intended to get people to study something in an existing material. And a primer needs those parameters in order to be able to focus back on the product that it's trying to amplify, because that's what it does. It amplifies and gets people to understand stuff in a basic piece of literature. And so we take exception with the World Board when they try and portray this as being some kind of a sideways project to create a new book. It's not to create a new book, it's to get people to study a book that we have and we love. And so basically we're asking for a new paradigm. And let me give you an example of that. We just weathered through and succeeded in coming out of the worst pandemic and quarantine in 100 years. And as a result of that, there's been some changes in the way things are viewed. Before the paradigm, World Services discouraged online meetings. They would not register an online group. But since the paradigm, we have Zoom, as we're doing now, and we also have a whole new understanding of the whole idea of online meetings and for recovery and service. And so now the World Service Office does register online groups, and we've got pamphlets coming out that are going to be talking about online recovery. And that's the kind of change that we're talking about, is to see things from a different set of eyes. The study guide that we're asking for is not creative literature. It's intended to exemplify existing material, and it's more like a service bulletin. And in the future, you might have other study guides for other materials. So for instance, It Works, How and Why. It's a great book, but it's kind of like reading an encyclopedia. So what we're asking for is the opportunity to do something that will help a part of the world that may not be familiar to folks living in Kansas or Los Angeles or New York, but it's definitely much needed in places outside the United States. In Latin America, especially in South America and Mexico, which I have direct experience with, it needs to be simple, it needs to be direct, and it needs to be low cost. And that's the beauty of what this little booklet, we make copies. Someone in this session already has asked me for a copy, which I sent to their email address of the existing questions. People like the material. I know World Board members that are on this call right now that use it with their sponsees. We know the World Office is living in the shadow of previous lawsuits about copyright concerns, and we're aware of that. We've also talked to lawyers, and we understand that quoting from your own literature is not a copyright infringement, and that this can be done, and it can be done in a way that doesn't draw the wrath from somebody that wants to try and sue the World Service Office for working with their own literature. And so for this reason, we don't see as much weight on some of the legal concerns that are raised or the approaches that are given to us. What it would look like, maybe something like the size of the group booklet. Real simple, just a few questions for each. The way the existing material is set up is that for each paragraph, there's questions for the sentences within that paragraph that have particular meaning. And then the next set of questions will be for the next paragraph, and it goes on and on. The answer is always the line in the basic text where the question was originally derived from. So that way, there's no quibbling over what's the right or wrong answer. The answer is always from the book. And for first time through the steps and for a basic foundation of learning, having a direct answer fed to you is exactly the same as learning the multiplication tables. It is what we believe, it is what we have as approved material, and it is what we stand on as a fellowship. And that material is in chapter 4 of the basic text, which is also reprinted in the introductory guide. So I want to say thank you all. This has been a good opportunity, and I appreciate you listening. And I hope that you will please consider that because what we're asking for is almost like a new paradigm, we're really not interested in any amendments to the motion to make it cover something else besides chapter 4 of the basic text. We need it to be a study guide. We've got the original existing stuff we can keep making copies of, but it'd be a lot better if it was coming from World Service and NA.Approved literature that we could use throughout the world in communities and prisons or whatever the case. And so we ask for a vote on motion 16 in favor, so that we can get this thing at least to a point of discussion, whether we're looking at maybe, well, what is our definition of creative literature and what categories can we maybe be working with? And thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Does the World Board want to address or?
Well, I think, Scott, thanks very much. You present a really good case, so we have a met. Hi, I'm Irene. I think you weren't here early, and we already, gave the board response, and it's written down, and I'm sure you've read it, and you've talked to Jack, but you raised very good points, and I have heard it's a really good piece of literature. But I guess just the summary of my own thoughts when you were speaking there is, you're right, we do change and we do grow, and anything is possible in the future. And, maybe we could find a way to, to be more active in helping, regions or zones who already have really good pieces of literature to, to develop them. But what I was saying is under our currents, how we currently develop fellowship approved literature, we can't take a fully formed piece and then put it out because we need to follow the process. We could take the idea of a step working guide, for example, a new one, but have to have fellowship wide input. And I know that you worked with Jack around this, and I know that you understand it. So, that's just to be clear. Our objection isn't around your idea or how good this piece of literature is. It's just our current processes for developing worldwide fellowship approved literature where everybody has an input into it is different than what you're suggesting. So that's all that we were saying, really the crux of our response. I don't know if Jack wanted to add anything to that.
Sure, my name's Jack Manatic. Hi, Scott. Thank you for your long-standing advocacy for this. I know you've been at it a long time, and I actually wasn't working with Scott so much as the people from Baja Sun. I think we had 3 meetings, 3 discussions, and
you were working with the delegate support team, and I was part of that.
Okay, yeah, I don't think you were on the calls with us, were you, Scott?
No, we let Daniel do all the communication outside of the region.
Exactly. So, and we had translators, and anyway, I think Irene has done an excellent job of explaining the board's position in that what you described really would be a new paradigm. So here's the quandary we're in. On the one hand, the Baja Sun region is proposing a piece of literature that really has a predetermined outcome. Like basically it's done. And there were things I liked about it when it was explained to me what it would be. But at the same time, Baja Sun is requesting, as well as you, that this be fellowship approved. And we have a process for fellowship approved that involves, amongst other things, going out for review and input and not having a predetermined outcome. I think perhaps the strongest part of the board's response, and what I had told the Baja Sun representatives, the reason the board would almost certainly be in opposition to the motion, in other words, say that we don't support it, was not that we don't support the idea, not that we don't support resources for your community that are clearly helping, but there is a disconnect between fellowship approved and a predetermined outcome that we can't reconcile. And we asked, were you open to something other than fellowship approved? And the answer was no. You mentioned perhaps a different category of literature perhaps could be created or some other thing. But in our current system, to have something fellowship approved, there's a process the conference has laid out. We know what fellowship approved involves. And that's why we said in our response that if this motion were to pass and it goes out to the fellowship, we don't know what it's going to come back looking like. All that said, I want to reiterate, I really enjoyed the conversations. It's clear the tool is working and is useful, and I'm a little stymied as to how to get that tool into more hands. On a personal level, having thought about this a lot, I'm not convinced that fellowship approved in this route is the best way, but I hope not, no matter what happens, we figure out a way to help other communities use this tool you've developed. It's a good tool. I mean, that's fair. So those are my thoughts, having worked on the motion, and I hope I've articulated again why the board said what we did regarding the fellowship approval of this piece.
Well, one of the concerns that I didn't express too much earlier is that from the outside the U.S., what the fellowship sees a lot of is that the entire literature process is in English in a first world country in a middle class environment. An example is the most recent book, the Spiritual Principle a Day book. It was reviewed in English. It was sent out and sent in English and sent back in English. And then the book itself was provided for approval in English, and then it was approved by the conference in English, and then it was printed first in English. And we eventually hope that we'll see it again. We'll see it in Spanish eventually. And we're not asking to take any existing material. There are two examples we've shown you of existing material, but the questions could be different or they could be similar. Lawyers have told us that a certain percentage of this and that would probably make the difference between preserving any legal concerns in a lawsuit, because I don't know if Antoinette will sue or not. I don't think so, though. But the fact is that we are literally asking for the fellowship to approve the motion to be just like the pandemic was, to force a new paradigm of what is literature. And this is a category that didn't exist yet, and it needs to exist. We need primers, we need study guides. They need to be available from the publisher so they can be used behind the walls and be sent to countries outside around the world. And it needs to be NA.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
We'll
Scott.
move on to the questions. Bovina?
Hi, great to see you, Scott. And I definitely applaud your region's persistence and tenacity with this motion. My question is whether or not it could be agreed to add to the language a one-time waiver of to suspend for one time the implementation protocol for literature for this motion only, to get it done in the way that you're wanting to, right? So the language would be a one-time waiver or suspension of the World Board implementation protocol for that literature process. And I'm also, kind of the idea of the way that the board literature process is actually not practical to get this very important information into the hands of addicts who need it. To quote the basic text, if it's not practical, it's not spiritual. So it seems to me that perhaps, if people are really more concerned, and if the World Board is concerned about adherence to rules, then a waiver, a one-time waiver of that implementation literature process might do the trick with that. Thank you.
Could I respond to that, please? Thank you, Wilvina. And thank you very much, Scott. We went together to Mexico back in, 1992, I think it was. And the first Addicts on Asphalt taking basic text down there. And as you know, I'm definitely not a middle-class American English-speaking person primarily. So I'll just say that.
I know you will, Paul.
Yeah, well, we've known each other a long time, and I really appreciate this. I think this is a great idea. Just to respond to maybe kind of what Wilvina said. The thing is, this isn't the World Board process. The literature process is the fellowships process that they decided on and agreed on and voted. It's not the World Board's process. So if the fellowship wants to change the process, then the fellowship can. And there is a process to do that. And that's through making a motion to the next World Service Conference. That's how the fellowship decided that they would make decisions. So this is really out of the World Board's hands. And I think we need to be really clear about that. It's when we say this is our process, it's our process, it's anonymous. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you very much.
I understand you, Paul. I think Wilvina's idea may have merit. In this current environment, it would be so hard to actually bring it about. It could never actually happen. Motions for amendments would have to have been submitted 2 days ago, at least notified. And then by the 15th of February, they'd have to be submitted. And then they would come out in the conference, a report, which isn't seen by everybody. And there would be a lot of confusion, misunderstanding, and I don't know if it could be conveyed. I do understand what you're saying, Paul, and what we're to the point of saying is that we'd love to see this motion pass, so it would then become a discussion and be something that would need to be resolved, and we find a solution as a result of that.
Thank you, Scott. And I believe that this won't go away. I believe this discussion will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt?
Thank you very much. Addict named Matt. My question is for Scott, and his knowledge of the makers of the motion is, I know that you guys have used this particular piece of locally developed literature for many years, and it has, been very successful where you are. But my question is, the outcome of this motion, yes or no, what are the positive impacts or negative impacts on the fact that this is already in use and already working? Does that change the way that those regions utilize this tool?
We would love to see it become an actual approved piece of NA literature so that we can then have something that is Narcotics Anonymous to share with newcomers and visitors and in public information examples, instead of something that's copied and handmade. Our delegate support team went to the Latin American Zonal Forum in Cusco, Peru last May, and there's 27 regions in the Latin American Zonal Forum and another 5 conference participants in Brazil and another forum that enthusiastically are endorsing and making use of this material and translating it into Portuguese and running with it. It's also been in use through the States for many years in both English fellowship and Spanish-speaking fellowship. It'll continue to live. The existing materials live for over 30 years. It'd be nice if it could be up on top of the table instead of something that's surreptitiously passed between pockets.
Are we freezing up? Hello? It's Scott.
I see it moving on here.
Yeah. All right. Sandy, question?
Yeah, hi, I'm sorry I talk so much, you guys, but okay, so 2 things on this. One is, if somebody, like, we have one of these guides that was floating around here, and I live in New York State, and I use it, I modified it. I'm great with being off the NAWS Inc. tit, actually, and just developing our own literature. There's nothing wrong with working steps with your sponsees, however you want to do it. So that's one thing, is it is available. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? And I email it to people. I email it to the sponsees. And so but and the other thing is, I would assume it's copyrighted. Stuff is copyrighted the minute somebody invents it. So me like modifying it or using it with my sponsees is one thing, but if NAWS Inc. is going to sell it and make a profit, someone's coming after them for copyright infringement. I can pretty much guarantee. I know our members.
Well, the author of the original piece copyrighted it because she could not get the Willard office to agree after 17 years of discussion from 85 to 2002 on where to go with it. And she just got pissed off and did that.
Well, it's just copyrighted. When somebody, you don't need to register to have something copyrighted. It's just copyrighted the minute you invent it. And I know she says she wrote it, but I bet there's, 40 other people who say, oh no, I wrote that. You know what I mean? And how would you, it's copyrighted. It just is. Like, you don't need to register a copyright that has been copyrighted. The minute like you paint something, that's already copyrighted. Registering it is like an extra level, but it is copyrighted. So you can't just print it and sell it.
Well, we have no problems with anything existing because the idea would be to create a new piece of service material or whatever you want to call it that would maybe have some sentences that are similar and some questions that are different. But the idea is not to take in full something and just throw it in a Xerox machine and come out with a booklet. It would go through some kind of a process and be sanitized. Some of the original material is a little bit vague on a couple of questions. They could be cleaned up. There's other things that could be improved. We just have something to work with because it's all we have.
Could I just add something here? And I don't want to be too repetitive here, but just a couple of things. Just Scott, I think you might have said February 1st, did you say for amendment deadline? Just to clarify, that it's April 1st to get something into the board, and the deadline is April 15th. So so there is the amendment process that's still open to you. Secondly, there's 4 board members on the call, and I just think I'm hearing us all saying pretty much the same thing. We all like the idea. We're all saying that, that we understand completely where you're coming from. I appreciate your passion about this. I really think there might be something that we could do. Maybe, my personal thoughts is like locally developed, like someone mentioned there, locally developed material is great, but on the NA World Services website, it is kind of buried. It's hard to find. A lot of people don't see it. Maybe there is stuff that we could do to help that. But I guess what we are saying for the purpose of this motion for this car that's coming up in April, that it doesn't follow our current processes. And it's not, I heard someone mention the word rule. It's not a rule. It's a principle. I feel the way we develop literature is a deeply held principle by us all, that our recovery literature is written by addicts for addicts with worldwide consensus for everything that's worldwide fellowship approved. And that we fully support regionally developed and locally developed resources and think they're fantastic resources. But just for this coming to pull us back to the car workshop, we have to respond that doesn't follow the current processes. Now, if people vote for this anyway, obviously we're going to have to find a way around that. But I just wanted to remind people that principle that we have, it's a principle about how we develop our literature together.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, Irene. In the past, a similar motion, not this one, but a similar motion was committed to the World Board, and that's basically a graveyard. Nothing happens. And so we're hoping that the fellowship will see that there's something of real good essence here that needs to come forward and need to be developed into what it can be. And so for that reason, we hope the motion passes, and then it will become a priority. It will become a reason to develop a solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Shane.
Hi, everyone. Shane C., Lexington, Kentucky. My question is for Jack, and Irene may have just answered it for the 5th time, but Jack, I really feel like when I was listening to you, and I want to make sure I don't put words in your mouth, when you were suggesting that we might have a solution, were you thinking kind of like an H&I tool that maybe goes through a different process, or it's kind of like a service tool, like the Behind the Walls pamphlet? Or I just felt like I heard something you were kind of getting at, but am I crazy? It's okay if I am.
I was, come on, Shane. Well, I know you're not crazy, and congrats on the other kid.
Thank you.
What I meant to say was I agreed with Scott that this appears to be something different than we previously had. It doesn't fit neatly in fellowship approved or something else. And so perhaps perhaps a solution, and Irene alluded to this as well, maybe there's some other way to do something, but as fellowship approved literature currently exists, this really doesn't seem to fit. And I will say, because it's a fair statement, Baja Sun was very committed to using the fellowship approved on that was not a negotiable thing.
And so, okay, so because it's, I just want to try to think, is we think it's definitely a personal recovery piece because they consider it step work?
That would be for Scott, but the discussion of different types of literature were raised with Baja Sun, and I'm trying to be a little careful. It's a fine line, right? I want to share everything I know, and I also want to be respectful of the conversations. They were great to work with, but it's a fair statement to say they were not open to changing their desire that this be considered fellowship approved literature. That was a hard line.
That's fair, man. I understand what you're saying now, so thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Shane. We have a question here.
I'm Natalie. My name's Carol. I'm the RD from South Dakota region. I taught school for 24 years, and I taught remedial reading. And going into the rooms, I have seen so many addicts come in that cannot even read our opening readings. They're learning how to read when they're in NA. How in the heck are they going to understand chapter 4 if they can't read a basic sentence? So we need to have something to help them to understand what the basic text is saying. That's it.
Thanks, Carol.
This is why we've realized that we're talking about not a creative piece of literature of new stuff. We're talking about a primer, a study guide, something that amplifies and gets people to look into what's already there and actually start learning from the lines that are already there in our basic text, chapter 4.
Thank you. Brenda.
Yeah, we talk about repetition, and I have 35 years clean. I've been around a long time, and you have a lot. So we have people who can't read, have people who can't write, but I have seen people in the fellowship who couldn't read learn how to read through repetition. You know what I mean? Because they hear others and they listen to others in the room for Narcotics Anonymous. I'm from Philly, and there's a lot of people in my area that have a whole lot of time. Most of us had 35, 37, 32 years, and people coming up. So we came up and we learned. I heard someone say, first, only thing we had at one time was the basic text. And then we did have a study guide a long time ago, a little flat, something like a pamphlet, like you put up, Scott. We had that. We had something similar like to that years ago, many years ago. But I was told, I have learned that if Narcotics Anonymous fold, it would fold from within. We started going off track. You know what I mean? I understand things, literature and wanting that information to be spreaded, and eventually we get that way, but we got to follow the protocol. It's the group, area, regional, then the world. And that's how it goes.
I didn't hear a question there, but it sounded good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your time, Scott. Oh, we got one back here.
I'm just wondering in the meantime, could it be put in the area where like workshops and regional stuff is? Why couldn't it at least be available to the fellowship in English as it is now? And also to the copyright, if it contains Narcotics Anonymous basic text stuff, there's no way it could be copyrighted by anyone else. Because you would have to have permission from Narcotics Anonymous to use that verbatim quote or anything out of basic text. So I don't think that's an issue.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Attic Jonathan, I was just curious because it seems like a lot of these solutions are like, hey, like for us here, I think one of the major things that Scott was saying was getting it in places that require it from the publisher. If that shit goes in to our local service materials, which is wonderful for us to use internally, it can't get to those places which Scott is saying it needs to.
It's hard for someone in San Diego or Nebraska or upstate New York to imagine what it's like to have an onslaught of cheap or free pieces of literature being brought to convention and distributed under the table to newcomers and various members. This being done by folks from Pennsylvania, and a guy comes out of South Texas, and another guy that comes out of South Utah, and another guy that comes out of Northern California. And they're basically, it started off with the Baby Blues, which were the third edition revised with the original fourth and ninth editions. And then it had a screed on the back inside cover, which was totally contrary to any kind of services, whatever, which completely turned off all newcomers because they see this and it looks more like a political statement than a piece of recovery literature. They quit printing that inside back cover thing, and they started just printing those books. Then they lost the court case, so now they're printing beige 5th editions, or 5th editions with the colored service logo on the front of it. which I even see on Facebook pages now. We're trying to get away from the contraband literature, and to do so, we need NA approved literature. It means a lot. We want to live the NA program. We don't want to act like we're going back to the drug days of standing on the street corner and grabbing stuff from behind the fence and pass it on to the car.
Thank you. We got another motion here, or another,
Gonna make a motion.
no. Another question here.
So I guess my name's Pam, I'm an addict. My question would be to Scott. So I guess in the discussion on how to get this done, the kind of hangup seems to be on this fellowship approved. And we do have World Conference approved literature. We have, you know, there's several different levels. The fellowship approved is what means it has to go out to the whole fellowship for comments. And so that's, to me, might be the hang up. And I just wondered if there's any, because it would still be produced just like our service pamphlets are produced by the World Board. You can buy them for, I mean, you can buy them on NAWS.com. They can send them to an institution. Is there any other avenue for getting this produced that Baja Sun would be open to?
What we've come to learn in our experience is that the only way to get something prioritized and to develop any new solutions, such as a new category, whatever would be for a motion like this to pass and then become part of the agenda or the things to do list for the World Board and its discussions and how it seeks to accomplish the task, which is to create a project plan, which might include a new category of service materials or something like that. But if the motion doesn't pass, the whole thing just dies. So that's why we're asking the fellowship to pass this motion, for this conversation to go on and become a productive, end up with a productive result for Narcotics Anonymous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, motion.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you very much.
Motion 17. Is Mike here?
Okay, motion 17, to place an 8-year moratorium on the creation of new recovery literature after WSC 2023, excluding all translations or literature projects currently in development. Is the maker here to present this, please? Okay, I'll go on then. The maker is the California Inland Region. The intent is to suspend the creation of new literature for an 8-year period and free up NA resources to better focus on carrying the message rather than continual literature development. It is not possible to estimate the financial impact of this motion. There could be a saving resulting from not funding literature projects and work groups, but there could also be a loss from not producing any new literature for sale. Can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, the rationale by the region. Moratorium would give our fellowship an opportunity to work more fully with the literature we currently have published and allow international NA communities time to complete translations. NA has a greater body of literature available than ever before. While this has some advantages, the abundance of literature can also create confusion for newcomers. Our fellowship needs time to work with and fully appreciate our current literature. Shall I go on with the broad response? And could I just ask, too quickly for the translator or interpreter? Do I need to slow down? I guess not.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay, right, thank you. I'll go on. I'll go on in the same fashion. So the response from the board is, we do not believe this motion will accomplish its intent. The literature development and translations is not an either-or proposition. They're actually two very different issues and they don't impinge upon each other. The World Board is made up of members with 6 different primary languages, and none of us sees that the moratorium on literature creation as would be helpful to literature translation efforts. We believe that NA members want both. Both are crucial ways that we carry the message. And as the motions above illustrate, the fellowship continues to ask for new literature. If we stop literature, we lose the avenue to carry the message. And next slide, please. This motion appeared in the 2020 CAR, and at that time we attempted to clarify the translation process. Now, the translation process is actually carried out by local translations committees. NAWS does not actually translate literature. It's actually given to local translation committees because they are the members who understand the language best and understand how to make sure that a translation follows the NA message and has the conceptual fidelity necessary to carry the message in translation.
There's an ASL interpreter.
Now, this means that actually translation doesn't impinge upon literature development. Obviously, cannot be translated until it is produced. However, local members need to be involved. It takes a long time. I was a member of the Arabic Literature Translation Committee when I lived in Egypt, and it took us 5 years to translate It Works How and Why into Arabic and have it approved. So it's a long, slow process, and it obviously, if we put a moratorium on new translations, we're going to lose an incredibly important resource for our fellowship in carrying the message. Secondly, of course, there is no doubt that it would be extremely difficult for NA to continue to do what it does if it was unable to produce and sell new literature. As you probably all know, at the moment, our income stream is split 25-75 weighted towards the sale of literature. If we put a moratorium on producing new literature, we reduce our opportunity for that income, and so being able to carry the message with diminished resources again. I think, Irene, would you like to have anything to add?
No, I think we could go to questions.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. So can we open this up for discussion or questions, please?
Sandra.
All right, the babies are up, so I won't turn the camera on. But this motion is interesting to me because of 2 things. One is that I think the idea was that if we stop making new literature in English, it would give those local fellowships a chance to catch up, because we do end up kind of with 2 different fellowships, right? The English speaking that gets access to all this stuff, which is a ton at this point. And then the rest of the world, which has it in dribs and drabs, some just the basic text or even just the white book. And the other thing I didn't want to just point out about this idea of that it would ruin the revenue stream because you make most of your money on literature. I would say that the pandemic might have shown that there's, X number of dollars. So if you don't spend it on literature like we didn't during the pandemic, then the contributions will go up. I personally don't think the contributions went up because contributions went up. I think the contributions went up because the literature sales went down. There's $30 in the basket, right? You can spend on literature or you can donate it through the service cycle. So I don't think it's true that NAWS Inc. must sell new English literature to English speaking people in order to raise revenue. I think if we slow down on it, we would see donations go up as we saw during the pandemic. So just some food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda?
Yes, I kind of agree with Sandra. I agree with her, and yes, it's a whole lot of English speaking literature, but we'll get to that point, because people are recovering all over the world, and it's eventually we'll get there. We are on our way. We are on our way as we speak today, on that road to change. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Brenda.
Any other questions? Yes, we have one here.
Attic named Jacob. I was just curious if anybody can tell me how many literature products are being worked on in any state of development or revision, like literature projects being worked on in total currently, and if there are any that are being worked on but have been paused due to lower priority.
So I'm not quite clear of the question. Would you mind repeating it, please?
Wondering what the total number of literature projects are that are actively being worked on, and the number that might or might not actively being worked on.
I'm sorry, but your line's breaking up a bit. I don't have the answer to the question, how many literature projects are currently in development. I can find out. Not sure if I can find out right now, but I can certainly find out and I can get back to you. Sorry about that, but I will get back to you if you put your email address in the chat.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We have one back here.
Yeah, I'm an addict named Patty. I wanted to go back to 16, I'm sorry. I just couldn't help thinking about the new information that Kelly offered and or what seemed new to me. And if Jack or Irene could clarify, like, we do have literature that's World Board approved and not fellowship approved, right? Some PR pieces and.
Yes, but not recovery literature.
So is that something that Bajason was offered as an option, maybe to make it a World Board approved piece? Is that something the conference could be asked to get behind? Because I feel like I'm hearing that people want to get behind it, but understand why they can't.
Hi there. Yeah, well, thanks for the question, but this would be a step study guide, which would be considered recovery literature rather than service material. So recovery literature is fellowship approved. It's a recovery piece rather than a service piece. Does that make sense?
No. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It does make sense, thanks. I just was kind of looking for an alternative, and if you just couldn't find one when you were working with them, where.
Well, it's not that we couldn't find one, it's the region's motion. You know, we don't, you know, change the region's motions, you know. Well, making the car ready for us means that we have discussions and that they have to lend themselves to a yes or no answer. That's what making a car ready. And of course, we discuss with regions the practicalities of their motions. You know what I mean? Whether or not it'd be possible or impossible. But despite our discussions, some regions still want to go ahead with their motions, even though we say this is going to be really difficult to implement, and they have every right to do that. That, you know, our job is just to point out where there might be difficulties in implementing what they want done. And we also try to work with people to find if there's some other way to get their intent done, but maybe a different way. You know what I mean? For example, like with this piece of literature, maybe if they hadn't been so specific about it having to come from the basic text, that might have been easier to implement, but that's the piece they wanted and they have every right to request that. So it's their motion, not ours. So we're just here to help.
Thank you.
Can you have a version of it in the literature? So we write a version of the motion.
All right, Randy.
You're muted, man.
Yep, Randy, Central Atlanta.
Oh, here I am. I'm sorry.
My name is Randy B. I'm the Central Atlantic RD for the Central Atlantic region and part of the AZF zone. I've heard this motion several times in the moratorium on literature, and I've heard the responses. Since this motion is down the ladder in number 17, there's a lot of motions that is asking for projects. If this motion passes for a moratorium, how would that affect them motions, them other motions?
If a motion, gosh, there's a lot of. Whoa. Could someone tell me?
You need to mute Randy. Mute Randy.
Okay.
Paul, we're having a hard time hearing you. You're breaking up.
There's an awful lot of, oh, that's better, thank you. There's just a lot of background noise there, and I couldn't really hear. If a motion is passed at this World Service Conference, it would be. Now, we had this question before. Irene, can you just remind me? Can you just remind me what we said on this, please?
Well, my understanding, if there's a moratorium, then it's a moratorium. That's the end of it. You know, we can't, you know what I mean? That's the literature survey out the window, basically.
And I think what we would be saying is, we'd be saying any motions which ask for new projects, for new literature, would actually be, would not go ahead. So I would think the co-facilitators would actually put this before any of the motions for new project plans for literature. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, to put this in before any other literature is even talked about, because if this passes, it would render them, I thought it would render them none and void.
Yeah, that's my understanding too.
This motion is also in the survey, right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
I say hi to Randy. We hung out at the conference a few years ago, went on a tour together. How are you doing?
Hey, Irene, how you doing? All right. Thank you. That's what I wanted to understand, and that's what I would be disseminating. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, for those of you who've been to the conference, you know that when we get there, the COFAX put them in the order that makes sense. So obviously that would make sense.
Randy, could you turn your mic off, please? Could you mute yourself?
Mute Randy. Mute Randy.
And we actually have COFAC Daniel here on the call. If he wants to come in at any point, please feel free. Oh, yes, he did in the chat. Yeah, he says in the chat, generally, yes, we prioritize business logically and based on initial straw polls. Thanks, Daniel.
Here we go. I'll unmute myself now. Any further questions? All right, let's move on to the next motion.
Let's Steve from Tejas Blue Bond's not on. I'll read again. Motion 18, to direct the World Board to create a project plan for the next WSC to study permitting service committees of narcotics anonymous who are or may be willing to serve as literature printing / distribution and selling centers inside and outside the United States. The maker of this motion is Tejas Bluebonnet Region. The intention is to study the impact of permitting service committees of Narcotics Anonymous inside and outside the United States to print and distribute NA literature. Financial impact: there is minimal cost in creating a project plan. The cost to NAWS would be in the project itself if the WSC were to adopt and prioritize the plan. The World Board response below speaks to some of the possible financial repercussions of the ideas in the region's rationale. Rationale by region. Literature printed and sold by local service committees could get the literature of the fellowship in the hands of the addicts at a lower total cost to the addict. As the revenue from literature sales reduces revenue flow to World, the donations must increase or the services offered will have to be reduced. The fellowship has grown. We must allow the infrastructure of the fellowship across each country or zone and around the world to grow. The local fellowship needs to increase their share of the burden of fellowship development if we are to continue thriving and growing as a whole. It is better to serve addicts by providing literature that is available to them at lower prices and or cost. We recommend the project plan include a study group that shall consist of such members within or outside the fellowship as the World Board sees fit. We recommend that service committees shall maintain the quality of product already established by NAWS and that the service committee shall determine the price of the literature that they sell and the amount of revenue that they shall pass along to NAWS. We request that the study shall be completed and the results of the study shall be shared with conference participants no later than at the next WSC. Interim updates from the study group shall be provided to conference participants at each conference participant webinar and by email between the World Service conferences. World Board response. The issues this motion takes on are complicated, and we could take pages thoroughly explaining our objection. We have tried to summarize some of what is at stake concisely below, as with any of these issues in this card. We welcome any questions, wb@na.org. This motion seeks to study decentralization of literature production with the rationale arguing for the benefits of local printing and the belief that it would result in cheaper literature. We believe that decentralization sought by this motion would undermine NA unity and dismantle the ability to provide mission-critical services, particularly to some areas of the world where NA is new or still in its early stages. Our literature is priced to help offset the cost of services and support, including providing literature to those who need it and protecting NA's intellectual property. NA made a decision long ago and has supported it ever since to stay unified as a worldwide fellowship, to have a single point of accountability for the production and protection of NA literature, and not to decentralize as some 12-step fellowships have done. World Services Cell Policy Philosophy explains, our mission is to provide services and support which facilitate the continuation and growth of Narcotics Anonymous worldwide. Since its inception, this policy has been founded upon two fundamental principles: equitable literature distribution and overall fellowship continuity and growth through a centralized provision of services. Because of this function as a world-level clearinghouse for information and guidance, the WSO provides services in addition to literature distribution. Broadly, these services include informational support to individuals, groups, areas, and regions, as well as local service committees, and administrative support to Narcotics Anonymous World Services. Such services cost money. Thus, our literature is priced in such a way that the costs associated with providing them are offset, in part, by literature sales proceeds. It is only through members in more developed communities giving it away through literature purchases to members in developing communities that our growth and stability have been made possible. Our older members' willingness to shoulder the burden until our newer members are able to become self-supporting makes it possible for our message to be carried to more addicts each year, regardless of their ability to pay today. In this way, we keep what we have by giving it away through our sales policy as well as in our program. NA World Services holds NA literature in trust for the fellowship to ensure the integrity of our common message on behalf of our members, now and in the future. We have a duty to ensure that Narcotics Anonymous literature contains text agreed upon by the Fellowship of Narcotics Anonymous. Without this single point of accountability, there is no real way to control what gets printed in NA's name and sold to NA meetings and members, and to guard against the threat to the consistency of our message. It is no secret that some NA members are attached to previously approved editions of the basic text and believe the baby blue, a never approved combination of previous editions, should be what is printed and distributed. What is to stop those members from making such a choice if they are in a position of authority to do local printing? That's just one example of the sort of editorial decision that could get made without centralized literature production. The motion speaks to decentralization and the rationale speaks to cheaper literature. These are two very different goals for a project. We do enter into local printing agreements in some places where we are not able to ship literature. But again, registering trademarks and copyrights, overseeing translations, keeping up with the revisions and changes approved by the fellowship, and protecting NA's name in legal challenges. All of these things are costly services performed on behalf of the fellowship and in harmony with group conscience. Our office in Europe is an example of regionalized or zonal literature distribution. WSO Europe sells literature that has already been translated, formatted, and printed to European members and service bodies. The profits from literature sales at that office would not cover the cost of translations, production, trademarks, or copyrights in that zone. The regional rationale advocates for diverting resources from NAWS, even if that means reducing the services offered by World Services. It also mentions reducing the price of literature while maintaining the quality of literature and increasing fellowship development efforts. We often receive a price break because of the size of print runs, and we have decades of experience in quality control, layout, and distribution. Our experience allows us to produce literature cost effectively and efficiently. Coordinating layout, sourcing materials, overseeing printing, and keeping up with revisions of literature would be a logistical nightmare for most local service bodies. We do not believe all the goals in the rationale can be met without some parts of the world paying the price. It's true that some service bodies might be able to print some of our literature more cheaply, but those cost savings would come at the expense of the whole. We translate literature into 57 languages, an accomplishment that is only possible with the help of volunteers, and produce more than 1,300 translated titles. Some of the literature we publish never makes money. We spend money in the translation and production process and give away most copies to communities in need, spending much money in shipping to make that happen. The regional rationale says we must allow the infrastructure of the fellowship across each country or zone and around the world to grow. But the end result of decentralization would be to draw resources away from some places and concentrate them in others. This motion would withdraw help from communities that need it most. If NA wants to redesign the system of literature production and distribution, this is not the way to go about it. In NA, we help each other. And the motion again. To direct you. Okay.
Any questions?
Yes.
Want to do it again? Start over from the beginning.
I'm not hearing any discussion on this motion.
Oh, there's one. Cheryl.
Cheryl.
I'm sorry, I was trying to find my button. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this motion. So it says to study. So because I've been going around to different car workshops, and so I've been told that if this motion were to pass, it would almost be like we would be starting the process of implementing what is said in the motion. But then I also read the motion as it's saying to study it. So can you give me a little clarity on that? Is my question kind of clear? Did you hear my question?
Yes, yes, we did. If this motion passed, it would give the board the opportunity to create a project plan to look at studying permitting service bodies to do what this motion asks. And I think the World Board response speaks for itself. But we would be faced with the opportunity to see if we could put something together. And that would take time, a lot of time.
And resources.
Did that answer your question, or did that help any?
No, it helped. I mean, the whole reading helped me. I just wanted to clarity because I didn't know if a study actually meant, because the way it was presented to me was like it would actually move the process forward. So if someone didn't want this process to move forward, we wouldn't vote for this motion. But then there were questions by folks that really it's just asking for a study. And so does a study move a process forward, or is it just a study?
It's just,
thank you.
I would just say we would be mandated, if this motion passes, to take a look. Gather some information, bring the information back to the conference, and let the conference make decisions on what to do with it.
Okay, and which means that if it were the case to pass, then that means a whole lot of other motions are going to come out of this after the study is done, correct? 9 times out of 10. Okay.
That's something I cannot gauge.
Okay, I understand, but I understand the motion clearly. Okay, I just wanted to hear the different perspective. That's all.
Okay. Thank you for your question, Sharon.
I actually have a PowerPoint, or do we not want to use the one I created? I didn't get it out. I'm sorry.
You can use one if you want to, Des.
Okay.
I'll give you a co-host here so you can pull it up.
Okay, just 1 second. I'm just trying to get my computer to cooperate. I mean, it's up, but hold on. Sorry for the confusion, everybody. I thought I wasn't able to make it through a presentation, but it seems like, you know, we just do our job in NA, right? So here we go. Let me find. Okay. So, and this presentation doesn't have all the details of the car report. It's kind of an overview. So if anybody wants me to read all of that, I certainly can. But so motion 19 is to direct the World Board to create a virtual institution review board to review all researchers and their research questions that request access to the Narcotics Anonymous program through NAWS to conduct research. The maker is the Wisconsin region, and I believe the alternate delegate is on here with me. He was coming on. And the intent was to avoid the misuse of Narcotics Anonymous member information. And hold on. Okay.
So these are the two overviews of the rationale, but I can read these or I can read the long one. I don't know what everybody wants, but so the overview is our rationale was that the American Psychological Association classifies addicts as a protected population when conducting research to ensure member consent and anonymity, ensuring ethical and safe practices are carried out and our traditions are followed, and to ensure proper care with our member information. And the overview of the World Board response was that there's already safeguards in place to protect Narcotics Anonymous member information and avoid any misuse, that researchers already go through a vetting process, and that it would hinder the ability to be recognized as a viable program of recovery and quoted in research literature. If it doesn't make anybody upset, I'm just going to add a couple of things about an IRB that maybe people don't know, like I know. So in 1974, there was a National Research Act that was passed for the protecting of populations, like a drug addict is considered a protected population. And the three parts of that Research Act was respect for persons, beneficence, which is more than just the promotion of the well-being, but it requires that research maximum the benefit to harm ratio for individual subjects. And the third part is the justice, the duty to assign the burden and benefits to those involved with the research. And the other thing, just a couple things about an institutional review board. In our experience, what we found out is it should be independent from the investigator and the rewards of the research, and that they should be comprised of at least 5 members. And of those 5, there should be 1 member who's not scientific, 1 member who is scientific, and 1 member who's not affiliated with the academic institution or the people giving the research. So in this case, it would be a member who isn't a NAWS employee or on the World Board, but it could be a member of NA or something else. And the last slide is this just says, and I'm just putting it out there today because there's a lot of people listening, that Wisconsin, and maybe we'll just make this amendment ourselves, I don't know how that all works, but we would be open to a friendly amendment to this motion that would change the wording. So the motion would read as follows: to direct the World Board to create a working group to investigate the need for a virtual institutional review board to review researchers and their research questions that request access to the Narcotics Anonymous population through NAWS to conduct research. So that is motion 19. Is that okay if I ask for questions now, or is there stuff from the World Board that I maybe missed? Or Tyler, did you have anything?
We'd like the World Board response.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to you and you can respond to the World Board. Des.
Thank you.
Sure. And thanks, Des. And I actually worked with Des on this motion, and thank you for your thoughtfulness and your very good ideas. But of course, we have to, we went back to the World Board then and we discussed it. And basically, our response is just that our concern is that this might put another barrier in the way of getting our message out there, because our response is basically twofold. Number one, the research carried out, it's just a survey we post on the website, and it's anonymous and it's voluntary. It's the same as the same as the anonymous voluntary piece of research that we do to develop our own piece for PR. Which basically the thinking behind this is that our program works. And I know that public relationships and Anonymous World Services has worked very, very hard over the years to get that message out. And one of the things that's been beneficial is a couple of researchers. There's only a couple. There's two main researchers who are world renowned and very, very favorable to Narcotics Anonymous. And these 2 researchers, the few times that we have done this, they're very influential, and it's been hugely helpful. So we thought that it was a positive thing that we were able to provide them the ability to put this anonymous voluntary survey up and then that they go on to publish it in medical journals to basically get our message out there. And we're just concerned that putting another barrier like an institutional review board might make that more difficult or impossible, because they already do. And I know you would know this, Des, and I know this from doing master's degrees and stuff like that, that you do have to go through quite a stringent vetting process before you produce a piece of literature that can be published or research. So that was our response to that. But any questions, please, for me or Des, please fire away.
Can I just give one more thing before the questions start? I'm sorry. Like,
of course.
So the reason that Wisconsin region made this motion and had an interest in getting this into the car was when that survey came out that was put out for the trusted researcher or whatever we're going to call them, it just busted right into the survey. So our concern, and we're hoping that this can somehow be, if this motion doesn't pass, it's okay. But our concern is that when people were doing the survey, they might have been triggered or had a reaction or felt like, why are they asking me these questions? And it could have very well sent somebody down a rabbit hole that could have led to anything, but in my experience and other people that I've talked to experience, when surveys like that are given to a population that is considered protected, like drug addicts, people with an addiction, there's a explanation page that says, this is what you're about to partake in. This is, do you meet these criteria? And also, if you have questions, you can contact this person. And I don't remember seeing any of that in the survey. And when we talked about it, that was a missing piece. So in our opinion, that was what an IRB on our side would have been able to help out with. So
sure,
that's it.
And Des, that's one of those examples of that's a very helpful suggestion that I don't see that we could really have any issue at all in implementing, like a note, to accompany a survey. That might be a very good idea.
Thank you. Sherry?
I'm Sherry Manatic. I'm the AD for the Central Atlantic region. And I don't have a question per se, other than I've helped assist in obtaining some of the information. And I also know I worked for 43 years at the National Institutes of Health in research in neurology. And I've also been co-author on 5 research papers and also as postdocs in writing research papers. So I have a little bit of experience in that effort. And the thing is that research papers, they won't be accepted by the journals if they aren't, they don't follow a particular protocol, meaning exactly what Des was saying that the IRB does, as far as, having a group of people that oversee the information and check it out. And sometimes researchers have to submit to several different journals in order to meet some of the stringent criteria that each journal could have. But I know that in some of the data collection that I know personally, I reviewed the information, and prior to anyone taking the survey, were giving the information that was in there and whether or not they felt comfortable in doing the survey. It was their choice. And the thing is that the outcome, we really need, some research articles on our fellowship in order to have it be, like our vision says, a viable program of recovery. And, I agree that to put more stringent controls from this in, there's already in the research field a lot of things already in place to make sure that the research that is done, and I'm fairly sure that World Board doesn't let anything go out that they haven't reviewed themselves. So I think that this would only hamper our public relations efforts that we're really trying to get our program out there. So I just wanted to make that comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from the room.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm an addict. So, I know that there are 2 researchers. I don't know who those researchers are, and I've never understood, except for internal use, what has been done with that research. So that's sort of my first part of the question, right? Like, I've never seen it published in any academic journals, anything like that. And then my other question is there, right? Like, I'm a teacher, so I work with, right, like my research is with protected populations too. But aside from that usual sort of consent and explanation letter, is there anything in the research protocols that they would use that, right, then would limit where that research could be published and by whom?
The research has been just used for approved, for peer reviewed and peer approved medical journals. It's I'm thinking, didn't we put the links to the research in, Paul, can you correct me? Sorry, my memory isn't always the best, but I've definitely seen the links to the research. Did we share it in NAWS News?
We did share the links in NAWS News, yes.
Yeah. Once it came out, we would have shared where that was. I'm sure if anybody's interested, we can, and if you didn't see that, we can easily just drop us a line. We can get it to you. I don't know the name of the journals off by heart, but I certainly know that they're highly regarded, peer-reviewed literature. It's not just, and as Sherry said, it's also the World Board's job to, to sort of, protect information and guard anonymity. We wouldn't let any kind of randomer just like rock up and start doing research. This is only a few very select individuals who have a proven track record of A, being professional, and B, being NA World Service and our message friendly.
Keandra wanted to know if you make the other ASL. Yeah,
I already did.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know.
They can't hear you unless you have it.
I'm Nellie. I'm an addict. Hey, I've just got a question. So when I first read that, it sounds more like a HIPAA violation, but that's because I work in medical. And so I was wondering if it was more like a work group was required instead of just kind of how is the research obtained more than just like a survey, and how was there one that was started before we started getting the researchers who obviously, do good at what they are doing or whatnot, but has there been any look at maybe gathering our forces together of how we're going to present that research to the fellowship is what it looks more like we're wanting. So I'm glad that does describe what it was, because I haven't taken the survey before, but when I first saw it, I thought, oh, somebody's gotten all our personal information out there and gotten in there and gotten all our data, so that's my question.
Well, could I just say there that, Narcotics Anonymous has actually been doing research inside the fellowship for some time now. If you've been to a World Convention, you will know that at the closing meeting, there will be a questionnaire on your chair, which you're invited to fill in, which gives Narcotics Anonymous some incredibly useful information about the demographics of its membership. Of course, it's totally anonymous and it's totally voluntary. And you don't have to pick up the survey, you don't have to fill it in, but the information that is given does give a flavor, if you like, of the demographics of Narcotics Anonymous in a number of different ways. So that's just an example, one piece of research that Narcotics Anonymous has been doing internally for many years. And I'm just to chime in, I'm yet another academic in Narcotics Anonymous, funnily enough. And we do clearly follow research protocols. And I live in England, and my work is in England, and there are different protocols for research. They all follow basically the same lines, and they are about protection. And of course, we are in the fortunate position where we are an anonymous fellowship. And so personal details are not part of our research. Is that helpful?
And I'm sure you've all seen it, but if there's anybody who hasn't seen it, it's the documents that Narcotics Anonymous does is called the membership survey. And if you go onto our website and do the drop-down menu for the public and then information about NA, you see it right there. It's the membership survey. And it basically, you know, gives that information that the program works. People are employed, they're in education, they're healthy, you know, they've been this many years clean. And that's the kind of things that we use in public relationships, public relations, I mean, to show that our program works. But anyway, that's a separate issue to what we're talking about. This motion isn't about that. We were going off on a tangent there. This motion is about the IRB for outside researchers.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Got a hand up. Randy.
Yes, sir. Hi, I'm Randy D, Central Atlantic Regional Delegate and AZF member. Dad's, sorry about your loss with your dad, and thank you for being here to answer questions. I was wondering, without the institutional review board, because this question will come up, and it has come up, what would, without the institutional review board, what damages can be done with anonymous members filling out the survey?
Do I get to answer that?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Randy. Thanks for your question. I think our concern for the, well, the concern from my region was for the individual member, and we weren't talking about the membership survey. We don't care. We think that's done fine. And every time I've been at a world convention and they've handed out the membership survey, they've explained it perfectly. What caused us concern was when that survey came out during the pandemic with the researcher that the World Board vetted, and we're not against the researcher either. Great, good job. But it didn't explain what the questions were. So we were concerned about how do we manage the fallout if somebody is affected by answering those questions. There was no page that said, if you're upset, you can contact this person. If you have difficulty, you can do this. This research will be used for that. And I believe that, well, I believe our region believes that without an institutional review board looking out specifically for our members, for each one of us, that could easily be looked over by any reputable researcher. And the point is, I get it. People want to do research and we want our information out about Narcotics Anonymous and how great we are. But, you know, I don't know that one extra step to make sure that we're all safe is an unnecessary step. And I think it will be done. I think there will be things in the beginning of surveys going forward, but that was the thing that triggered us to write this motion. And we would love that amendment that says to look into having an IRB instead of just asking them to create an IRB. But we didn't know. We're not good at writing motions. So, but the fallout would be, I mean, I don't want to sound dramatic. I'm a little emotional today, but the fallout could be that an addict could leave Narcotics Anonymous because they accidentally got into a survey and didn't understand the questions. And there was nothing in there that said, if you're feeling unsafe, you don't have to finish this. If you're feeling upset, you don't have to finish this, you know, you know, those sort of things. And that was our concern. And I think we thought that if an IRB was in place, they might have managed that and managed to get those pieces in there. So it could just be a learning curve. And I'm not trying to make anybody upset or say anybody's not doing a good job, because I know that everybody works hard for the benefit of Narcotics Anonymous. But we just saw a need and we wanted to write a motion and get people to start talking about it. So that's what we're doing. Thank you.
If I can just add something there. First of all, Des, I just heard about your father. I'm so sorry. Deepest condolences. I didn't know. I'm so sorry. And just regarding the amendment, you know, of course you can submit an amendment, you know, and if you want to write to the World Board with that and with any other ideas you have about something that can be added in the future, you know, as always, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much. And thanks, Randy.
Are you okay to go on to motion 20, Des? Are we ready for that, or no more questions?
Are you ready, Des?
Yeah. Motion 20 is a little, here we go. All right, so motion 20 says to direct NAWS to provide at NA.org audio recordings of the worldwide webinars on the topics of public relations, hospitals and institutions, step writing for inmates, fellowship development, phone line, and others. The intent was to provide access to any interested member of Narcotics Anonymous throughout the world so they can hear the experience, strength, and hope of members from other geographic parts of the world. And our rationale was, it was pretty simple, and it's not the full rationale here, but it was simply to give information to those who are on different time zones so they can gain the experience, strength, and hope of those webinars and have access to this helpful information. And where it stemmed from was during the pandemic, we were all fully aware of the different hours around the globe. If we hadn't been before then, it was very shocking to us and members that I talked to that some of our members had to be awake at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning to participate in a zonal, you know, not a zonal or a worldwide, you know, meeting. And that was really hard for us to see. And then as we talked about it more, we realized that while we were doing these world webinars, these public relation and H&I talks, that some members of our fellowship on the other side of the globe weren't able to come because it was in the middle of the night and they weren't able to access that information. So and we totally understand these World Board responses, but it says have limited human resources. We get it. Meetings consist almost entirely of discussion among H&I and PR trusted servants, would require slight clearing of the records, obtaining written releases from all participants, already create written summaries of each PR and H&I web meeting, and those summaries are available upon request. We didn't know that. That's very good to know. And then the last one, that the PR and H&I webinars are open to all members. We did know that, but we wondered, like, what happens if you're not going to stay up till 3 in the morning to listen to them or to participate in them. And my experience has been over the last 3 years that my NA world has exploded, and I've learned so many things that people do in other parts of the world that I was not aware of. And I feel really privileged that I've gotten to experience that. And I feel like my experience should be shared with a lot of other people, and a lot of people in our region feel the same way. And that's what I have about that.
World Board response.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Des. Yes, I actually, I am being someone who lived on the other side of the world during the pandemic. I actually lived in Malaysia. I have to say that I quite enjoyed the fact that the meetings in on PR and hospital institutions were actually held at the time they were, because it meant that I could attend them first thing in the morning, which was great. So I wasn't up at 3 in the morning. I was actually on the other side of the world, actually participating at 8 in the morning. So that was kind of nice for me. Although I do appreciate that if I lived in the Middle East, it would have been a different situation. I think the main, you know, the biggest one that sticks out for me, well, there are two really. It's about the resources that NA World Services would need to actually make these audio recordings available. And secondly, the fact that it would mean getting signed releases from everybody who attended the meetings, whose input was in the recordings. And those two things would mean actually a considerable drain upon NA resources. And it's really, again, a question of priorities, you know. And as the board response says, there are written records of everything that is discussed in all of these, which are available on www.na.org for anybody who would like to read them. So yeah, I don't think I've got anything to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Sandy.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, the kids are playing in the background. Sorry about that. Why couldn't the release be like, you know, when it says it's being recorded and you have to consent to that right when you're on it? To me, probably Zoom may have something, you know, where you're just, in order to participate, you sign the release, you know, and then having it available doesn't seem that hard to just, you know, somebody requests it and you just send them the link to it. It's already recorded. So I don't know. I guess I'm just not following why this would be so many resources, but maybe I'm mistaken. Like, because we all signed off that we were okay with having this recorded, right? Everybody that was on the Zoom had to say, yep, I'm okay with that, right?
Yes, that's absolutely right. Once you publish a recording, then it's different.
No, I get it, but I didn't know if we could modify that disclaimer through the Zoom platform to have it. Maybe we could at least investigate, you know, even if this doesn't pass, could we investigate with Zoom whether there's a way to put a different disclaimer? This is being recorded and will be available. Do you consent? It'll be available upon request or something. Do you consent? I think maybe there's a way to do that through the Zoom. They're pretty clever.
I honestly don't know, Sandy. I don't know if Zoom would be agreeable to us changing their protocols, because that's what we would be asking for. I think that's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that option may already exist. And is there any way anybody could even look into that? Maybe Des, to see if that's even something that Zoom already has available, not change their protocols, but they may already have that as an option. I'm not sure about that, but it's possible. Likely, actually.
I wouldn't like to comment on Zoom's internal processes without actually knowing. Sorry, go on.
No, I have a question, Paul. Is it so because we're new at, we're not new, but we, you know, when we write motions and we talk about them and we put them out there. So this motion says to direct NAWS to, here, let me share the screen. Is it the wording of the motion that is preventing this? Because our concern is we want to make sure this information is available, and knowing that the written, that we didn't know you could get the written copy of these meetings. So is it, maybe this motion is entirely out of order, but can they get a written copy of all these meetings or only the PR and the H&I meetings? Because that's what your response said.
That's a good question. Irene, do you know the answer to that?
No, I don't, but that's something that we could find out.
And I think the reason that we wanted the audio recordings was because sometimes the written response is great, but hearing somebody describe how they've done PR service and how it's changed in their area can sometimes be really helpful. So maybe the wording of this motion, instead of saying provide at NA.org, but to allow access to the audio recordings, we weren't asking for it to be published. We just want it available to our members. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm just looking at it from, you know, from my background. To actually make something available online is actually publishing it. That's my understanding of what publishing is online.
Right, but right now the motion says to make it available at NA.org. We would be open to changing that wording if that's the showstopper. What we want is we want these audio recordings available to the members wherever they are, whatever time they're in, that would like to hear our members talk about doing this work, because I think it's really helpful to hear the voice of other people who are enthusiastic members of our program talking about doing service.
Yes, Des, thank you. I think I'm really clear about what you're asking for. I'm trying to point out that we make recordings of our Zoom meetings, for instance, and we make recordings for records so we can get minutes, so that kind of thing. We don't distribute them. If we want to distribute them through streaming them, making them available as an audio recording in whatever way, we are then publishing them. We are making them available to the public. And that brings a whole different bunch of protocols and legal issues.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But I'm not saying it's not a great idea. I think it's a great idea. It's just I don't know how we would go around it. That's all.
Well, maybe you guys can keep talking about it on the board end and we'll keep talking about it on this end and maybe we'll all come up with a solution together.
Well, I hope so.
Me too.
Really, yeah, together we can.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, it's about 10 minutes till our next break, so I think maybe we should break now until 3:15. Unless there's any other questions. No objection? Okay.
Sure. Well, maybe we can get 21 done then.
Yep.
That's okay.
Craig, are you available? I know I seen you earlier.
Yeah, Barry, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, Craig.
All right.
Is John here from Free State? I guess that's a no. I'm gonna take that as a no. Hey,
I have seen him on.
yeah, I'm an ag named Craig, and the only reason Barry called on me was that when I lived in the Free State region, I initiated this motion through my home group, through our area to Free State region, and it was one that was left over from the previous conference and that was held over, and it was accepted for this year's CAR. And I'm tired, so I'm gonna be very, very brief and very simple. The whole impetus, thank you for showing this motion. Hey, Barry, do you want to read it first? You want someone, you're gonna read it first and blah, 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 in the board response, and then you just tell me what you want, dude.
I'm sorry, I was muted when I said that too, Craig. I said you can read it.
Okay. To direct NA World Service to remove the Hospitals and Institutions Handbook from the inventory. The intent is to remove an outdated service manual from WSO inventory. This is the rationale. The handbook has not been updated since the 1980s. And with our current literature update process, will never be prioritized high enough. We believe that a better approach would be to update the PR handbook, chapter 6 and chapter 7, that's not in there, but chapter 6 on criminal justice and chapter 7 on treatment, the resource sections, and H&I basics with more information relevant to current practices and methods for carrying our message that could include using virtual platforms and tools. We believe this will better serve our trusted servants involved in H&I service by providing more current and better tools.
Yeah, World Board response.
Yeah. Well, basically our response is that, we agree it's outdated and it does need to be updated. And, the H&I resources are on the survey. And what we were suggesting was to maybe put it, rather than completely removing it, because some people do like it, even for historical reasons. People have, sometimes attachments to older pieces of literature, maybe even to put a new section on the website, an archival section. At the moment, we have added something, and it's written here. The handbooks below are some of our older service resources. So we do flag. We have added that to the website so that people would differentiate that it is a quite outdated in some ways piece of literature, even though of course there is value in it, but it's an old piece of literature.
Yeah, so real quick, and the response from the board in some ways in my mind is incomplete, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Even the motion itself probably could have been added some more verbiage. The whole idea is to provide more current information and practices and information to our members. And that right now we have H&I Basics, we have the handbook, which is definitely like one of those handbooks that have been around for a while. It's just never going to be updated. And I agree the way to do that, the approach is to put that in that, add this to that handbook page as one of those obsolete or outdated pieces of service material that people can still access. Now, the challenge is still that H&I Basics never rises to a prioritization level where the board can do anything with. So I would encourage anybody on this call that if you have the same perspective that we need to update and bring that tool, H&I Basics, to a more current state, I would encourage anyone to prioritize that in the survey, because that's the process that we're using. And I tend to believe that the process for updating service material probably needs to be tweaked a little bit so that we can be more nimble and that we can be more responsive to as changes happen. There are members that are hungry for current information around services, and that our process is sometimes not nimble enough. And that's not negative about the board or anyone, just that process needs to maybe need to be tweaked a little bit to be more nimble. But and I put this motion in or asked to have it as part of the card because I was directed to do that. I'm not one to put something or to try to initiate something to have all of us discuss something that is not needed or unnecessary, but I was doing exactly what I was directed to do by NAWS. And that was why, is because I was told that the only way to remove any kind of service manual outdated from the inventory was that the delegates needed to provide that direction for it to happen. And so I just did what I was asked to do. And it's still, H&I Basics, there are certain things in there that we're doing in H&I Zoom meetings. We have inmate tablets. There's any number of things that could be added. And the other thing that's not mentioned is it was the PR handbook. And I believe I've gone through all three of those documents and handbooks, those two handbooks, and outlined some things. And I just think that some of that stuff can be done. And I mean, give it off to a zone, or, let some zones work on it, or some regional H&I committees, subcommittees through the zone, something. But I'm just encouraging us to update H&I Basics and the PR handbook. That's all I got to say about it.
Thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Craig. Brenda.
Yeah, hi guys. We was talking about this yesterday, yesterday. This thing was about the H&I handbook, and one of the ladies in our area who was on the panel they say that their handbook is still useful for them. They still use some of the stuff there, and they would like for it to be combined, with the other information that's coming out, Craig. Now I don't know about all. I'm just talking about the people that I was talking to the other day. That is on. She's an H&I coach. She's an H&I coach here in the West area. So I guess when it goes to the groups and people discuss it, I guess they would show by their motion, what they want to do. But certainly there's still information in that H&I handbook that are still being used today. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. Sandy?
I'm sorry, now I'm in the car. Just to show my ignorance on this topic, is you sort of switched back and forth, Craig, between using the word H&I Basics and the H&I Handbook. Are those two different documents?
Yes. No one else
Okay,
answered. Yes.
So you're talking about the H&I Handbook, not H&I Basics.
No,
Is that right?
Yeah, you're right, Sandy. Yeah, I'm saying,
Okay.
yeah.
So you want to keep H&I Basics, but get rid of the handbook.
And update H&I Basics. Most people use H&I Basics.
Got it.
Anytime, that's the process that we currently have for updating any handbook other than the PR handbook, because you guys remember, we treat the PR handbook different, and we can update resource sections in the in the PR handbook without a car motion. But beyond that, to update the current H&I handbook would take a 6-year process, a motion in the car, a project plan, bring back a project plan. That's just too much. It's just too much.
And I guess we all know now that that still wouldn't do it. We all learned that today. So, okay, but we can amend the PR Basics or the PR handbook without any kind of car motions, right? Is that
That's
what you said?
correct. And
All right.
there's two places that when we originally developed the PR handbook, the idea was that we were going to continue to build on those resource sections. And for whatever reason, that hasn't really happened or panned out. But, it's not too late.
No, and those are all great ideas, but for this motion though, this motion 12 that people will be voting on simply says to direct the NA World Services to remove the H&I handbook from the inventory. So that's what the motion is. So that's what you guys have to, and basically our response to that one is, although we know it's outdated, some people still use it. So removing it from the inventory means it's no longer for sale. And that was all. If people want it removed, if you guys want it removed, it'll be removed. But that was just our response that that's why we didn't take it off the inventory, because occasionally, I don't think there's a big demand for it, but occasionally people want to buy it.
And Irene, why would we sell something that's outdated? Just FYI. I don't want to say anything else about it. I'm just saying, why would we sell something?
Because people still want it. Just occasionally people still buy it, even though it is outdated. And we all agree we need to update our things, but I'm just talking about, we just have to deal with the motion as worded. This has already gone out in the car. You know what I mean? And this is the things that the delegates need to for voting on this specifically. The other stuff we need to do, I agree, has to be done, but it's not in the wording of this motion.
Thank you. We have a question here.
Go ahead.
Yes, Jacob from Mid-America. Without having a specific number in front of you, I'm sure you don't, could you ballpark possibly the number that are in the inventory and maybe how many a week, a month, or a year are actually sold? or a projected timeline in which it would take to sell them all that are currently being housed?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information off the top of my head, but I will find that for you and get it over to, maybe I'll email it to Brenda. Try to get it for you by tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you. Sherry.
Sherry Manatic, AD Central Atlantic. We were told at one of the car workshops, and just clarify it for me, that there really is not an inventory of this handbook, that it's actually done on a request basis, that someone actually requests a handbook, that it's printed as requested. Was that erroneous information? But that's what I recall us being told, but there really wasn't a stock of it.
Well, that's very possible, but that's what I was just saying. That piece of information, but this particular book, I don't actually know. It's one of the things I'd have to ask.
Okay.
But if another board member told you that, they maybe, obviously, then that's correct if they told you that. I'm just saying, I don't know that, but I can find out for you for sure. I just don't want to say something, off the top of my head that I'm not sure of. As you can imagine, there's a million things to try to remember, and not everything stays in the brain. So there's a few bit of information. I just got to ask a question and I can get it for you right away,
Totally understand. Thank you, Irene.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay, I have the answer to that. Yes, when it is printed on site. Okay, so when somebody orders it, it's printed there at the NA World Services on site and sent out. So we don't have a backlog or a stock. See how quick that was to get that? But I didn't know that off the top of my head.
Thank you. Central Atlantic.
Yeah, I'm trying to change my name back. I changed computers, and my name is Randy D. I am the regional delegate for the Central Atlantic region, part of the AZF zone. I was wondering if the motion makers were willing to go with an amendment to this motion, because currently we are still using the H&I Handbook as part of our review, even though things are not put in there, and the planning, the H&I Basic doesn't have the do's and don'ts, or doesn't have certain things the H&I Handbook have. Our amendment will be to archive it, not to just not do anything, just throw it out and get rid of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not the motion maker, Randy. Contact John. He's in the autonomous zonal. You might be familiar with them.
Yeah, I actually asked him about that, and I think he's going to make an amendment. He was talking at the AZF last weekend, that he would be open to amending that.
Yeah, I mean, if the handbook is moved down into this, like there's a PI guide, there's a number of old, some of you remember the PI guide. The public relations handbook replaced that. That was supposed to be the replacement. So you move H&I Handbook down there, anyone can still, you can get to it, man, and download it, print it, do whatever you want to do. But it wouldn't be like in active inventory. Anyone could still get to it and use it. But the other piece of that again is like building up H&I Basics and stuff. So.
And I also read the part in the PI Handbook, Chapter 7. It says corrections. It don't say anything about H&I, just corrections. And then the H&I Basic, it doesn't have a lot of stuff that's in the. I understand you saying update, but it doesn't have a lot of stuff that we use in the H&I Handbook. Thank you.
Okay. So do we, anything else then on motion 21?
Any other questions? 22, Jade?
Hi everyone, Jada Manatic. Yeah, I'd be happy to present. Do we have the slide deck?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yep, we're pulling it up.
Thank you. Okay, motion 22. If any motion or proposal in content or intent has been submitted and failed to achieve consensus or adoption at 2 consecutive World Service Conferences, the previous proposed content and intent may not be suggested to the fellowship in the conference agenda report, conference agenda track, or at the WSC for one entire conference cycle. So this was one of the motions that was carried over from the 2020 CAR. And SoCal wanted to resubmit this this motion again. This is really just to make the time more efficient and also gives those that are making the motions more time to put their motions together, and if they didn't get the consensus, to then maybe get co-makers or maybe develop their motions a little bit better, just so it has more consensus coming back in 2 cycles. So that's the rationale, just to save more time as well. And the feedback, and I'm sure the World Board will talk about, but the feedback has been, well, who's going to decide about the content or the intent? Well, if the motion 30 passes, the future of the WSC, I mean, we'll have a work group that's talking about vetting motions. So this could be talked about with the future of the World Service Conference. And also the World Board does help make the motions and can help in seeing if this has been submitted before, and changing out the intent or the content to be submitted as something different. So part of the rationale. So I'm here to answer questions, and I'll give it to the World Board and to the body that's hosting. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. World Board response.
Paul, you're muted.
I'm very sorry. You must have been reading my mind when I asked you to move the slide on. Thank you very much. This motion is actually is really good. It's got it's a really great idea to always to try and streamline our processes and make the best use of our time, and I really applaud that. That's great. The difficulty, I think, with the motion as it's written is that it could be, firstly, who is going to, as you said, Jake, who is going to be the person who decides what is content? Because the thing is, the World Board doesn't actually help make the motions. The World Board helps to make the motions car ready and doesn't actually interfere with the content and intent at all. And in some ways, giving that responsibility to the World Board would be really overstepping the remit of the board. I mean, we're not here to mess with anyone's motions. We're here to make sure that a motion has a good chance of actually being understood and voted on appropriately by the fellowship, however the fellowship comes on it. So that would be the first thing that I think the board is concerned about here, who decides. And secondly, the other problem with it could be that sometimes we have motions which actually are quite similar, but ask for very different things in actual fact. And so again, you have that divergence, which would be, I think, very difficult to deal with. Having said that, as we all know, the same people asking the same questions and getting the same answers over and over again is a real feature of service in Narcotics Anonymous. And, you know, anything that we can do to, you know, to get past that, I think would be great for us. So, yeah, I mean, there are just some potential challenges here. That's all. That's really what we're saying. You know, I think I've outlined a couple of the most important ones. Also, a motion could come up where, I mean, finally, a motion could come up where it may have come up before, but it may be open to having an amendment that it didn't have before, which of course would change a motion. And without that opportunity, then something possibly very valuable for the fellowship would be lost. So those are some of the challenges that I think this could present. I think that explains pretty clearly the board's response to this. And if it isn't, then I'm happy to try and explain it some more if anyone's got any discussion about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? We have one here.
I'm Tanya Nomadic. I was just curious if this motion doesn't pass, will Southern California region be resubmitting this for the next call?
That's funny. That's how I felt submitting this motion. I'm like, aren't we doing that right now? Anyways, I mean, I would have to go back to the region. I can't say if we would or not, but I mean, we take all the feedback about amendments and whatnot, but I can't say yes or no without discussing it with the SoCal region. So couldn't answer yes or no.
Thank you.
I could just say that is a great question. Thank you very much.
My mic just went. Hello?
Okay. He wants to break up for this.
Yeah. Give me a mic. My mic just went. Bye-bye.
It's not on yet.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I think we're on our last set of regional motions. So we'll start with motion number 23. We got the PowerPoint? We had a comment from the gallery over here that Lewis is wearing a P3 shirt.
I wonder where I got it.
Give me just a second here.
He got tied up with the baby. If Jack and Michael maybe want to kick it off. Oh,
No, I'm good, man. She decided she needed to turn a mixer on, and I was not going to do that to everybody. And I can't see everybody with that up. I guess I'll just read it real quick. Well, I can't because my, can somebody read it for me? How about that?
I'll help. Ain't heard it tomorrow. Good evening, everybody. Hey, Michael.
Where'd it go?
Good to see everybody. Thanks for your service. And motion 23. All in-person and virtual world service conference will be streamed to provide access to NA members in English audio. The maker is Kentucky Bluegrass Appalachian region, with the co-makers Upper Rocky Mountain, Russian-speaking, Western Russia, Northwest Russia regions. The intent to allow the entire NA fellowship a better understanding of what takes place at the World Service Conference.
I think that's good enough, Mike. Thank you. So I think what I want to do first is actually, if you could go back to the previous screen, is I want to break down the actual motion that's, by the sentence. We were careful to put all in person and virtual because we experienced the interim in 2022, and so we wanted to leave room for the future for growth. We chose streamed, the word streamed, because that was just a common English word. And then English audio, because English audio is kind of the default setting for world services when we get out of English. There's definitely the capability to do it in multiple languages with translations, but it adds a whole nother level of difficulty for the staff, right, while that's going on. So, and then Jonathan, I'm happy to be corrected here in a minute, but as my wife sneezes. But that's kind of the gist of why we use that specific language. I think the reason that you see that we have several co-makers, and this discussion came up for months and months before we decided to actually make the motion. And motion 23 and motion 24 are both kind of the experience that's happened for Upper Rocky Mountain and Kentucky and Bluegrass Appalachian region since 2018 is seeing the more access for the virtual services has really seen an uptick in people interested in the world service level and what it's like. And it's been really helpful for training. I'm the alternate delegate.
Recording in progress.
Caitlin F. is the delegate for our region, and she was basically trained mostly through the virtual services. And when I talked with Gail, who is Upper Rocky Mountain, that's what we had talked about. And when we spoke with the Russian community, it was the same experience for Alex. Who's the delegate Russian. And so I think that's about all I want to say on this for really 23 or 24. I'm happy to answer questions. And I know Jack and Mike have some things they need to say about the board's response, and then we can kind of go from there. So if you guys want to jump in, please go ahead.
Thanks, Shane. I have very little to add, just only this. We had some discussions about this at our only face-to-face board meeting. And one of the things that came out is just the natural progression on how the conference has been streamed, because the last two conferences in 2020 and 2022, they was already on YouTube. And with technology being what it is, there's a natural progression. And I think there is a consensus, and Jack can correct me if I'm wrong, that that needs to be a conference decision. And the conference participants need to do that, to have this situation evolve into something better, because one thing we cannot measure is how fast technology grows and the utilization of technology. So there's an opportunity for us to move forward with this. But I think once again that I think the board has a consensus that it really did not need to be placed in a motion, that it's going to happen organically. I think that's all I have. I think Jack probably has some more things to add as well.
I was Jack now. Thanks, Michael. Thank you, Shane. Good to see you. I don't have much more to add. I think our rationale, I'm assuming with this group, you've read the rationale and you knew what we had to say. And basically the response of the board really is that we believe that this is best made by conference participants at conferences. We've been nimble. We've been increasing streaming and doing more and more. And when you have car motions as a matter of policy, it creates a different situation than if the committee or group is organically making those decisions. at each event or as that's going on. And I know Shane, you've probably heard all this ad nauseum because I know you've had lots of conversations, but that would be the board's position as outlined in our statement.
Yeah, I think we've had several conversations, just so everybody understands. When we did the first car workshop, as soon as it was released, and I think first week in December, and as the progression has gone on over the last couple of months, there's been a lot of discussion and change. And when we have listened to what we've heard, we as the maker, and also had more opportunity to speak with the board and staff, I think that there's a big possibility that we may try to amend. And I think we better understand now as the maker, the problem with it being a car motion. I think that the thing that drove us, that kind of tipped us over the edge to actually make the car motion, was the last discussion that we saw. I believe it was the interim actual conference, where there was a straw poll basically kind of getting the temperature from the delegates. And there was a lot of opposition. And so we had thought, oh man, we've come so far in the last 3 years, are we going to really go backward? And I think that we felt like it would be a step backward to not have it streamed. And I think there are legitimate concerns about anonymity. I think that we all kind of threw caution to the wind in 2020, 2022, because we had no choice. And I think when we saw the new rotation of some of the delegates that came in and when they were taking that straw poll, we were thinking, oh no, they're not going to do this. We were genuinely afraid. And so I think when we discussed it as all the different regions, we thought, you know what, let's see if they want to do it in the car. And I will admit, okay, we definitely have some inexperience in our region. Our region, the Bluegrass Appalachian, is an unceded region, and we share the seat now with our sister region, Kentuckiana, that's been seated for, I don't know, 30 years, 40 years. But, so some of us definitely didn't have as much conference level experience as others. But I think we believe in the intent, because we've seen the actions and the results of that level of communication being out there for the everyday member. And also the interest that it generated in the people that actually did care. I've heard several times that, well, can we justify the cost in relation to how many people actually watch the streams? Or I've heard some things like that. And I think, well, man, I get that, but I'm kind of more quality than quantity. Everybody that's been involved now that comes to our region basically is watch the conference. And so that going forward for the next who knows how long, we felt like it was really beneficial. But we do understand that, I don't think that's something we'll ever be able to quantify, is how valuable was it an experience to the people who actually got to watch it in relation to how many. I don't think we can ever answer that. And I think that that's probably something that I did want to get out that I hadn't got to say in some of the other ones, was that, when we saw that straw poll for the CPs during that 2022, we got scared, man. And I think as time has gone on, what we've realized in these last 4 or 5 car workshops is that, what, as bad as we want it, maybe everybody else doesn't want it. And we may just have to accept that, that's kind of tough pill to swallow, but you know what, when people say over and over what they do or don't want, we're just going to have to accept it. And when we've talked about possible amendments, I've talked to Jack, I've talked to Irene, I've talked to Tim, the board has been really accessible about solutions. And we've talked to one of the co-facs and we're co-facilitators, and we're going to talk again. We have our bi-regional meeting next weekend, and we're going to bring all this information together, and we're going to talk about, do we want to amend? And are the possibilities? Do we just want to turn it over to the board? Do we just want to let people vote and see what happens? But I think that we weren't allowed to use language that was specific enough to say pretty much we just want to hear the Zoom audio, like whatever the hybrid attending conference participants, whether they're a delegate from Iran or another place that can't come. We just wanted the audio stream of whatever their experience was. Like we didn't really envision 7 crews running around doing all the different tables and all that kind of stuff. We just wanted what was already existing so that it didn't add more stress to the staff because they're already going to be dealing with a lot. So I don't know if that help makes a clearer picture for people who might have wondered about that. Mike, would you or Jack like to say anything now that I've said some more stuff? Or okay. Well, I think we're pretty fine for questions if anybody's got questions.
Are there any questions?
Oh, I have a question. Hi, I'm Liliana.
Hello.
Did you, what about the Russian speaking zones and regions? Have you talked with them when you say that you're thinking about maybe omitting it?
Well, that's a great question. And we had to ask and actually we've been given different answers by different people. So we're going to have to clarify before we actually do that. We have talked to them, and that was a unique experience. The language barrier was difficult, and I think something that needs to be said about the Russian speaking community is that they're highly in touch with technology, and they do some pretty phenomenal things, and so them seeing what we were asking for didn't seem like that big of an ask. And also, they do events now. They co-facilitate events now that are in 6 or 7 or 8 languages, for global H&I. And so I think that was one of the problems. And what I'm trying to describe is that, in Kentucky, we have been doing hybrid events with equipment since 2018. And so for us, it's second nature. We were one of the first. But we don't have the experience of something the size of the conference. And so they know that, they know that we are considering, and they're going to have to help us make that decision. To be honest, they were disappointed that we were we had to request the English audio only because we had to start somewhere and then try to build to others. And but they understood why. They were disappointed, but they understood why. And so I don't know, like, to answer your question, I don't actually know the actual answer because I've got to talk to them again now, because we keep getting more and more information from the executive committee, which is World Services staff and board members. And we're waiting to hear back about what our options are for amendments or other options besides just amending, because there's concern from, like Jack used to be a co-facilitator. Tim was a co-facilitator, and so there's concern about, would the intent of the motion actually change if we altered some of those things. And here's what I'll say about that is that I think the intent was always just about communication, and more in motion 25 than these two. But we're just still waiting to hear back about what our actual options are, because this was kind of a kitchen sink thing. And I think Jack would probably agree with that. We threw a lot in the 3 motions that we put out. And when you start talking about changing things, you really got to pick through, can you do it this way? Can you do it that way? Because a lot of stuff, the language that you see in the Guide to World Services is not that clear. And so it really is, it kind of has to be defined by the co-facilitators. And so we have to talk more before we can actually know what our options really are. Jack, do you feel like that's accurate?
Yeah, Shane, I do, and I really compliment you on your willingness to dialogue. And I think this is one of those interesting motions that I don't think anybody, I don't know about anybody, most people who are conference participants in general like the idea of making streaming and things available. So I think the only issue really here, and I think the dialogue has helped to expand this, is the discussion of, is this the most effective way to get there? Because in principle, I hope you haven't sensed in general that there's a desire to not have that stream. But I think there is a desire to allow conference participants kind of on the fly, give some input as to what that looks like, who gets to be seen, how that looks, because there are issues that come up, you know, with all the anonymity and other things. And I think that's, you know, as you know, we've had the challenge, but I really appreciate your dialogue there. And I think, yeah, most conference participants agree that it'd be great to include as many people in hearing and seeing and experiencing the World Service Conference as possible.
Do you feel like that answered your question? Okay.
Matt.
I have a question for Jack on this one, and I'm reminded of our conversation specifically about the South Florida motions. And one thing that you brought up has me kind of a little questionable on this one, that, you know, you made the statement that what we were trying to get done, you thought was important, and it was something that, you know, the fellowship really deserved to have and deserved to know. And your concern was that if we put that in the car and the conference said no, that would make it difficult to accomplish that down the road. Do you have the same feeling on this motion?
Yes. I think, though, in this case, if this motion fails, it's not difficult to ask conference participants, do you want to stream? And I think we still would. So, but it's true, whenever a motion goes before the conference, and when that motion is disposed of, we use the word disposed, whether it's approved, rejected, or whatever. If a motion is decided against, it makes it more difficult then for the conference or the board, or the board part of the conference, to implement parts of that motion potentially. That's true.
Yeah, and if I can add to what Jack just said, you know, when I initially contacted Jack, that was what was kind of brought to light. And I was like, oh my God, you know, do we really step in it with an unintended consequence? And so I think that's why we're seriously considering some kind of change, is that we want to free some stuff up, you know, but we don't want to handcuff it. And so I'm not certain what that looks like. And that's one of the, to kind of get with Liliana about what she was asking, that's one of the things we're waiting to hear back from Tim about, who, you know, Tim's the world board chair, is, hey, if this thing
Freezes. Yep, everyone else is still moving.
Yeah, it's all Shane.
Might want to turn your video off.
But to paraphrase, if this thing tanks, where does that leave us in trying to do something like this later?
He's still frozen? Nope.
Is everybody looking at me?
All right.
Where were you? Froze and then you disappeared. Now you're back.
No, I did. My tablet started updating. Sorry. If you could heard the words I just expressed. Anyway, when I came in, everybody was sitting there quiet. I said, yeah, they're waiting on me. Anyway, I think that's just what I wanted to add is that, I think we realize that, okay, this may not be the way to go about it. And we're not going to stick to our guns over like just being, we think we're right or whatever. We want to do the right thing for the fellowship. And so if that means we need to alter this in some way, we're going to take a real hard look at that.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Adam has his hand up.
Hey, everybody. My name's Adam. I'm an addict. And based on those that conversation we just heard, Shane, do you anticipate that you will not actually bring those motions up to the floor?
Well, that's not an option because it doesn't belong to us anymore. It belongs to the conference. And so we're trying to find out exactly what our options are, like whether it's if it's even a commit to the board type thing, because they may not want it. I don't, and so we need to understand better. You know what, to be honest, I mean, I think
They were
that might
co-makers anyway, right? So it's not only you anyway.
And so that makes it really complicated.
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to explain that. And so we really got to understand what the options are, because I mean, one option is to just let it be voted, if they don't want it, voted down and maybe come back next time with something more clear or nothing and just let them. But here's what I do know is we're going to know more because they're going to ask the participants at one of the upcoming CP webinars, do you want to do it this time? Because what we're proposing doesn't even have anything to do with this time. Would be the next cycle. And so, we had talked, Irene was our assigned member to get the motion ready that, hey, if the CPs, if we get enough support for doing this one, are you willing to pull it? I mean, that was the loose language we used. I don't want to say anything that's concrete because we weren't really certain, but that was months and months ago, when we were submitting last year. And so, and we did say, what, I mean, we're willing to do the right thing if we find out that they really are. So, I mean, we got to know what our options are, man. I hope that paints a clearer picture, at least because I'm adding on all this kind of side stuff. It helps you see really where we're at,
Yep. No, I just know a lot of people are
asking. It's not an option just to pull it. I'll tell you that. It's not an option to just remove it because it doesn't belong to us anymore. It belongs to the conference.
Okie doke. Thanks.
Thanks, Adam. Any other questions?
Gonna go to 24th?
Yep. How about the next one then?
Well, that one was a conference.
Could someone please read that for me?
Motion 24. All conference participant webinars will be streamed to provide access to NA members in English audio. The intent to allow the entire NA membership a better understanding of what takes place during CP webinars. Impact financial. The cost will depend on the method used to stream. but would likely not cost anything above the expense already involved with making the WSC accessible to all participants. Our service structure depends on the integrity and effectiveness of our communications concept 7. This would provide an opportunity for the fellowship to gain a greater understanding of what takes place during the conference participant webinars. Members in unceded regions can make better informed decisions regarding their local service bodies in relation to the whole NA fellowship. Service bodies that are requesting seating at the WSC or members that are considering serving in a CP trusted servant position could better understand the responsibilities that they are volunteering for. In a guide to world services, a statement could be added to the bottom of the list that states that at least the audio of the CP webinars is live streamed, being mindful to adhere to the principles protecting each other's right to maintain personal anonymity. CP webinars otherwise have no policy directly set in the Guide to World Service at this time. Want me to read the word board response sign? Yeah, no.
No, I think that we're probably okay.
Okay.
Sorry, my mother-in-law has walked in, and so I had to relocate rooms again. It's a moving target. So, I think that there's probably just, this one is, really similar to what we just discussed. And so I don't really want to kind of take up too much more of your time. But I think there are some specific differences in kind of what we experience in a CP webinar, like a conference participant webinar, and the conference. And I think that when we didn't realize what all was involved in being a delegate, part of a delegate team. And so the CP webinars, while they're not, I mean, they're not every week or anything, they are an extra piece of that responsibility. And we thought it was, as me, my wife is the actual delegate. For those of you all that don't know, like, Jack and Mike and all of them know, my wife is the delegate, right? So I'm in the home doing things while my wife is, on the CP webinar. And actually, maybe I'm not supposed to hear all that stuff, and maybe I'm telling on myself or whatever, but, actually, just being over on the side and listening, and I learned a lot, and it actually played a significant role in me deciding to be part of a future delegate team. Like I probably would not have chosen to be the alternate delegate, or if I hadn't gotten that experience, because I had a full understanding of what my responsibilities were after being able to see that. And because also it's an extended period in the larger global community, seeing how translations work, how the time that it takes, what does 2 minutes look like? What does 3 minutes look like? Because you're given a certain amount of time to articulate your thoughts, and all that was extremely useful for me. And so when I experienced the virtual WSC, it wasn't such a shock to be in that space all of a sudden. I had a lot better experience. And so, our friends in Upper Rocky Mountain felt the same way. They, Gail and her alternate had experienced a similar thing. And so, I think that's why we wanted to see the CP webinar stream. Now, what we didn't know, and I will add this, we didn't know that the participants were asked in 2018 if they wanted it to be streamed. We didn't know that. And we might have made a different decision if we had known that they were asked and they said no. But there's nothing we can do about that now. We didn't have that information then. And I still think that we feel like it's valuable, but I think it paints and when you think about what 2018 looked like, as opposed to what the experience of the fellowship looks like today after going through 2020 and 2022, maybe there is more interest today. I don't know. We'll see. But you know, I'm from a very isolated region in the United States, and it doesn't look, you know, it's certainly not like some of the isolated places in other parts of the world, but we're fairly removed from the service structure in our region because we've never been seated. You know, my actual region, you know, like I said, we share a seat with our sister region, but my actual region has been a region for 20 years. And we were, I mean, we were almost totally isolated from the World Service level because of that. Because we weren't part of the conference or you know, we were part of a zone. But what I'm getting at is that when we started thinking about how much resources do we want to devote to this level of service, if we don't understand it, does it fit into, do we have the skills and all those kind of things? Getting to see a CP webinar lets you know what you're getting into. And do you as an individual trusted servant, would you rather spend your time in an H&I meeting or doing public relations? Or do you think that that level of service and that role is something for you? It really helps, and it really helps in that decision. And it helps people prioritize, do I want to devote the resources to this? You know, I think of a region like Bangladesh. You know, we spent a lot of time over there doing public relations work. They just did their first convention. You know, like what would it do for them to be able to sit and watch that and decide, okay, this is where we are as a region. Do we want to start paying for travel? Do we want to do these other things to get us to that next place we might want to go? And so that was the kind of thinking behind this one, was that the experience was so helpful in prioritizing our resources as not only as a service body, but as an individual who's going to have to volunteer to take on that responsibility. And I hope that helps, but that's all.
Michael, do you want to respond? Do you want me to?
Go ahead, Jack. If I need to add something, I will. Thank you.
Yeah, basically our response is very similar to the previous motion, that we believe allowing participants to make decisions about those processes, in other words, letting the conference make decisions about this, is more nimble and likely more effective than trying to make this kind of a change through the CAR. We also did note on this particular topic, when polled, I believe it was in 2018, participants, unlike the discussion about the WSC, there was not as much support for streaming the conference participant webinars. So again, our position is these decisions are best made by conference participants rather than in a motion in the CAR.
Thank you.
Jack, can I add a little bit on the end of that?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I think we understand that position. I think something that's a little bit different that I haven't said out loud that just kind of came to me is that, and for the previous motion as well, is that I think that we really believe that these motions benefit the people that aren't in the space right now. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, people that don't have the representation as a CP, you know, their voice isn't, maybe the people that are voting on this topic, they kind of coming from a place of privilege, I think is what I'm trying to say, because they're already there and they're there in the space. And the people that this might benefit the most aren't in the space at all because they're not allowed to be there as per policy. And so I don't know if that was the correct use of words. I'm not trying to be adversarial. I'm just trying to get the point across, is that I think there's a bias in saying that the CP should make all decisions that don't just affect the CPs. They would most affect the people that aren't CPs. And while I don't know if there's a better solution, which I think you understand what I'm saying, I'm not saying, well, tear the whole thing down. I'm just saying I would like that point to be out there, that, you know, the people that we think this would benefit the most don't actually have a voice there. And so
I just wanted to say that. Or, well, that's not true. I mean, they have a voice through the board, you know, but they don't have a voice where they're saying it, you know. And there's zonal delegates as well, but. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Hi, family. I'm Cheryl and I'm an addict. So these two motions are in the car, which means they are going to be voted on. That's, I'm assuming. So what happens if they pass? Because I hear you saying that it's for the conference to decide, but isn't it a little late for that now?
Well, maybe I didn't quite understand the question, but I think to answer your first question, what would happen if they pass? Well, we'd implement. We are stating the reason we're not in particular support of these is because we believe there are better ways to accomplish this, which we describe in our essay. But if the motions pass, we'll figure out a way to implement. So I don't think it's too late. If the motions pass, that's what we would do. And in fact, on these motions, I think even if the motions fail, there will be an effort to address the underlying desire to have this information available to people that want it, particularly with conference. So I would say this is one of those cases, even if the motions don't pass, I find it very difficult to imagine a World Service Conference, and I know we're on the CP webinars now, but after COVID, I can't really imagine a World Service Conference without some streaming. I just think that is going to happen. Anyway, so that I hope that helps answer it a little bit, Cheryl.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Cheryl, do we need to separate that? Our motion wouldn't take effect until the actual next conference cycle. And the poll that I referenced earlier in the previous motion has to do with this particular conference that's getting ready to happen. And so there's actually two separate time on that. And so there's two methods of how that's going to happen. One is the CAR motion for the future, and then the board is going to ask the CPs at the next CP webinar or one of the future CP webinars before the conference, do you want to stream it? And so it's just two separate timetables. Does that help make it more clear?
I understand.
Make it worse.
No, you do not. I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yep, we have one here.
Thank you. My name is Burnett. I'm the regional delegate for Nebraska region. I am curious, I guess this is kind of geared to the World Board. Like, for me, the conference participant meetings would be streaming those would be a way of helping some of the, I know some regions are being really proactive, so they have a delegate, they have an alternate delegate, and then they have an alternate delegate too. Under current policy, as I understand it, only the delegate and the alternate are allowed to go to the conference participant meetings. So wouldn't streaming them be a tool to help mentor those people, especially if we're going to a 3-year cycle, or that's kind of where everything, you know, we're considering those things. I guess I just kind of wanted some feedback on that or some ideas. Thanks.
Sure, absolutely. And I hope we've conveyed in our essay, the board is not taking the position in this essay that conference participant webinars should never be streamed. The position we're taking is that the CAR is not the place to require that to happen, and that decision should be made by conference participants. And it could be, let's say we try it and it's great, well, we'd keep doing it. Or let's say we try it and something we haven't thought about makes it not great, well, we probably wouldn't do it. The challenge when it's in the CAR is it becomes an absolute sort of bright line that you have to follow. And what we're suggesting is not that this idea doesn't have merit, but that it's more appropriate to let conference participants make that decision.
And Jack, you mean each cycle, right? We're gonna ask and make the decision for each conference as it happens.
It could even be multiple. It could even be multiple times in the cycle. I mean, I've seen this.
Oh, because of an interim, yeah. If we go to 3 years,
you work it. It's working great. Hey, should we keep doing that? Great. Or let's say something we didn't imagine that for whatever reason it doesn't work. Well, then we have the flexibility to not do it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think we can definitely support that. Going at it. I think we believe in that too. And I think that maybe we might not have really understood how we were restricting the conference by the car motion. And so we really have to consider, is there a way to not do that and still achieve the same thing? We may try to take that route.
Thank you. Tommy.
Hey, how you doing? Tommy G, recovering addict, Eastern New York region. And just to stipulate the reasons of why we wouldn't stream, would that be because of the anonymity of the conference participants, or would be, to not show the fellowship? Because, I mean, the fellowship makes the decisions through the delegates. So would we be hindering on, I know they say that you're saying that you ask the participants if they want it streamed, but I mean, is that because of their anonymity, or what I'm saying? Or they're not carrying their region's conscience?
Yeah, I'll ask Michael to give his opinion too. The thing I've heard the most really are concerns regarding anonymity when you have video, and whether that's YouTube or streaming or people being on there. And we do have some conference participants that are not comfortable with publicly open forums where they are seen even with their first names for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, I was at 2018. I don't even remember them asking, and then I remember it being streamed on the virtual in 2022, 2020. I remember it being streamed. So you're being streamed on Zoom or you're being streamed in person. What's the difference?
Yeah, I didn't quite the 2018 conference.
Yeah, you said
yeah, but not everybody at the in-person conference is visible on the screen. The COFAX were, and the screen was.
Yeah.
But when you're in a CP webinar and when people are talking and you're all on Zoom, that would be different. The same may be true. I think it's pretty clear, likely, the World Service Conference will have a streaming element. And probably the most significant challenge or barrier or thing to be solved is, can we make sure anonymity is protected? And some of that may be as simple as saying, don't walk in this. We haven't sorted that out. But I think, and Michael, please, I'm going to ask you to weigh in too. That's been one of the main issues. And I think I would say this, if the anonymity issue were fully resolved, all of this would be a much easier conversation. And I mean resolved to the comfort of all participants. Because when you're dealing with personal anonymity, unless you're dealing with someone absolutely unreasonable, I think we have an obligation to consider the person most concerned.
Yeah, most times I've heard there's no anonymity in service, and would somebody not be a delegate because of that reason? Because their anonymity would be broken. Would they hinder in them going and being a delegate because they knew that they were going to be streamed?
But this is a situation where at times where being of service is going to put us in position on being on a public forum. And being on that public forum, that's a question on how much of my anonymity do I want to expose? So that would be a question for each participant to make that determination. So and there might be times, just by happenstance, somebody might say they want to do it and go ahead and do it, and the other people don't, but accidentally leave their cameras on. And then all of a sudden, that's another question of anonymity where they got to backtrack and call the office and say, well, something happened, I accidentally left my camera on. That puts us in the catch-22. But that's a situation, once again, that I feel that the conference participant will make the right decisions that will benefit the conference as a whole. And then I'll add this also. I think a question was asked about this probably being a training or mentoring purposes. We was having a discussion at the board, and overall, about 20% of conference participants that serve as ADs actually serve as RDs. So there's always a consistent situation where somebody's going to fill that void. We need to find a way to make this a teachable situation for people who have the desire to serve. But I don't know if this is going to be the effective way to do it by streaming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. And my approach, I lost all my anonymity. My last name's in the reports, and I'm thinking of one woman in particular. She worked for Customs Border Protection, could not have her face on a screen. And we've had others. We also have some international people that for a variety of reasons can't. We do have, one of the things I've learned is the fact that I literally am fine with no anonymity, actually. That is not the case for all of the people I'm in service with. And when we have publicly available things that are viewed, we've had complaints with videos where we asked that they be RDs only and not go outside of that. That hasn't happened, and it's caused problems. So I do know it's an issue, even though it's one that, on a personal level, shit, everybody knows. I'm not.
Yeah, personally, that's the way I was taught pretty much, that there's no anonymity in service, that you're going to be, your personal life and everything is going to be out there. So, it didn't bother me. So, I hear.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Motion 25. All votes and straw polls on motions that were included in the conference agenda report or the conference approval track, not to include election ballots, will be displayed in real time for all conference participants to see, showing who voted and how they voted. We know the makers, we know the co-makers. The intent to see how each conference participant votes on each motion. Impact will require new voting technology, and the cost is uncertain. The policy affected Guide to World Services and NA.WSC decision-making processes addendum, currently pages 67 to 68. The current policy is shown on page 60 of the card. This information would be helpful to understand where other conference participants stand with their decisions. If a conference participant is still unsure of what their vote will be, our service structure depends on the integrity and effectiveness of our communications, concept 7. We believe each individual conference participant's decision on each topic is valuable information informing consensus. Our fellowship goes to great lengths to encourage and ensure a diverse WSC population.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
Well, maybe you ought to read it all.
Okay. When we utilize secret ballots, we lose helpful information that may not get communicated from conference participants that have difficulty expressing themselves in the English language. Some conference participants are not called on or lack the verbal communication skills to participate during open discussion and debate. With a public ballot voting system, we would be shown the information of how they voted, even if we weren't given an opportunity to hear why they voted that way. We appreciate the amount of information shared in the roll call vote process and the efficiency of the standard voting process. By changing the settings in the handheld clickers, we can have the best of both processes. Conference participants who do not possess specific decisions by the time they reach the WSC can benefit from seeing the diversity of their peer community's choices. Want to read the rail board response, Shane?
I don't think we need to, because I would rather have discussion. I think everybody knows. So let me start with this. Throw it out. It's going to change. And the reason that it's going to change is that when we made the motion and submitted, nobody was aware that the clickers were no longer available. Okay. The company that developed the clickers, the handheld clickers, is out of business. And so that's no longer an option. And that was that was a huge part of the process in actually seeing live voting. And I think I'd rather go to the intent so that you understand what we were trying to accomplish or hoping to accomplish, and then we can base discussion around that, because we're going to make an amendment. We want to know what you all think. First, the intent was to see how each participant voted, but that's a real, succinct statement. But I think the rationale really explained more of what we were intending to accomplish. Is that if you have been in a CP webinar, then you have experience seeing who votes what way, and you can just look in, over on the thing, and you can see who's voted what way in the tab on the side. And you can also see movement in the body after discussion in second and third votes and straw polls. And so for us, when we watched that, it was useful information to be able to see who voted what way, because it tells a greater story about the minority voice than just, well, there's a majority and the minority. But knowing, because we are a cultural fellowship that's heavily dominated, by U.S. regions and Western culture in general, it was helpful for us in making better decisions that affected places outside of the well-established fellowship. When we saw people who were voting outside of the well-established community and how they were voting. And so I think that was the real intent, is that we wanted to better understand the minority voice by understanding who the minority voice was. Because, I just went and presented to the Latin American Zonal Forum, and I asked them, how many seated regions? And I think Andrea said 25. And I said, I think, you're one zone. There's 8 zones in the United States. So 25 no's doesn't really tell the story the same as, man, all Latin America thinks this is a bad idea. And I know that that's kind of a very general statement that's very unlikely to happen, but I think you understand what I'm getting at. As we've seen all of Russia, go one way, and almost all of Latin America go one way. We've seen, half the U.S. go one way, half the U.S. go another, which I think that was not our point, because the United States is not as, the regions do not really all vote in line. They're drastically different. But I think you understand what I'm trying to explain, is that seeing who voted what way really helped us in understanding places that we were not familiar with and places outside of our own culture. I think we wanted to see it live, because it's going to change and the body is going to move in the middle categories. They just recategorized the straw polling in the CAT, I believe. Tim and I were talking about it. And so we think that information is really most valuable from like 45%, to 65%, because there's room to move there. Out of 140 something, I think, participants, is that 20? Is it 25? I mean, there's a lot of times you'll see a lot of abstentions in a first straw poll, and then especially in the CP webinars, and then you'll see people actually vote after they see more information from the screen. And so I think that a possible amendment to this, because we know that it can't function as it is because the clickers are gone, is that we may ask for only the final vote that would, I think, Michael Jack, please, is the final votes going to be done on the internet if we go to the final vote this time, or are they all going to be done in person? You know how we didn't do them in a group and you would go vote? Can you?
Well, I think you may be referring to if you have a certain threshold, I believe a consensus decision of 80%, then I believe that straw poll will act as. So, and my understanding from what the COPACs have indicated is we'll be coming into the conference with initial straw polls, I believe. I will let them describe that process, and there are some rules about that.
Yeah, I think that in the past we had seen when we were at a certain threshold, that was the word I was looking for. Thank you. So when we were in a certain category percentage, we actually did the final vote online. We didn't do it live, and you would know the final decision afterward. And so we may ask for something similar to that, amending this motion to only show a certain threshold so that we can generate more discussion throughout the next cycle about the idea. Because much like motion 22, where we're seeing recycled things over and over, if we could have a direct discussion with people who maybe abstained, you know, and didn't want to vote in the final vote, can we find out why? Did they feel like they weren't educated enough on the discussion? Did they just not have time to talk about it? You know, and see if we can get closer to common ground by the next conference with a better idea. So we're not necessarily interested in, you know, a lot of people use the language like, you know, accountability and transparency. And I mean, all that's great, but it tends to be kind of a negative connotation with that. And that's not really what we're after. We're after getting to a solution faster if we're going to come back again, because we know who to talk to. I mean, the conference certainly does allow for people to people in the minority to speak, but we don't really know if they were an abstention or if they were a no. We only know that they didn't vote in favor, and there certainly is you know, those categories mean something. A present not voting, an abstention, and a no, or they're not the same, and so we don't really know when the people are called in the queue to speak, and we only get to hear two. You know, was it really, you know? Can we find a way to get a little bit more of that voice in there? And so we were thinking that this might help. But so anyway, we know that it's not going to go as it is. It can't happen. And so we're going to find a way to either try to salvage something useful that will help the conference, or we're just going to find a way, whatever, it dies, or I don't know if we can remove it because it actually can't happen the way that it is. I've talked to the COFACs about that. You know, and I don't know if Michael, Jack, if you all want to jump in now and just something, I don't know.
Well, Shane, I was thinking, I was looking at the rationale that the board had put up, and one of the things it said that we are moving towards a consensus decision-making body. What happens when any proposal doesn't get strong support? What happens to the idea? The idea lingers, and sometimes ideas evolve into better ideas through further discussion. It might not be at the conference, but there are situations and circumstances and ideas and proposals. Once it goes through the official WSC thing, it'll come back sometimes, and those discussions will happen. The wonderful thing about having those discussions is we can hear the minority voice a little bit. We're going to have further discussion from those that have stronger opinions and beliefs in that, and it happens. And then it gives us an opportunity to come together and look at a piece of this and a piece of that. And it's like, okay, let's see what made them determination to make that decision at that time. But to start questioning and take the time at the conference floor on the debating why somebody voted that particular time doesn't leave us room for discussion is what we really need to do. We really need to have the time to talk it out. If that makes any sense, Shane. Thanks.
And Shane, I'd like to make 2 points.
Sure.
First, I want to kind of quote from the last paragraph of the board's response. It says, trying to match the technology that demands of a car motion limits our options, restricts the WSC's ability to make decisions and to do its work. And then we give 2 examples. We've done, as you mentioned, initial straw polls on all car motions and amendments are now taken in advance of the meeting, with results posted on NA.org. That makes business more efficient, helps the co-facilitators plan. It also gives participants a sense of where the body stands. The WSC is elected at the past 2 conferences also to make some decisions outside of session. Both of these things, initial straw polls in advance and e-polling after sessions, are impossible with this motion as written. I get you said you're looking at changing it, but we've got the motion we got. So as written, those are impossible. Now, given the fact this conference is going to be unlike any we've ever had, far more hybrid than anything in history, it seems wise to have some flexibility and to make an operational or procedural decision as a necessary thing to implement through a car motion doesn't seem like good timing. The second point I want to make is through the history of the World Service Conference, the vast majority of decisions have been made really by voice vote. And, you know, we started using clickers, but, you know, when I was a co-fac and certainly all through the 90s and the 2000s and then the 80s, I mean, you would say the motion, you made a determination based on the sound, and some people were pretty loud. The point is, the conference for a long time has operated on a system that is not required that. We would occasionally have standing roll call votes, and a percentage of the body would have to agree to that. I don't recall right now, it's 50% plus 1 or 2/3. But that was there if people needed it, but it was used rarely. Because what we discovered, it was more efficient to not have to do that. And I think those same efficiencies apply here. I would also say on a personal level, this isn't an absolute right or wrong. There's different ways for bodies to govern. And so if the body chooses to have every vote recorded exactly what people decided, I'm not saying that's a horribly wrong decision. I can tell you that it seems to me it would slow some things down and would lead to less efficiencies, but it's not, you know, not in harmony with our traditions or concepts, I don't think. But in terms of an effective and sustainable WSC, I think it's fairly clear that having some flexibility with the opportunity for the equivalent of a roll call vote when necessary is a path that's worked pretty well.
Thank you.
I think they're valid points, man. And I think something that I'd like to add on the end is that I think what we're thinking about moving forward with is that we don't want to add the stress and the inefficiency of the live factor. So we may only ask for a specific threshold on the motions that are in that middle percentage that really could move with a little bit more discussion that's just not going to have time for at the WSC. And we would probably just ask for that to be in the minutes, you know, so that it can be done afterward, so that it's not slowing down live time at all. It's just something that gets done and added at the end. And it's only the specific motions where there's actually movement, there's room to move. You know, if it's 20% in favor, we're not going to move 45% on top of that. We know that, you know, but if we're 40 or 45%, there's an opportunity there. And so I think that might make it a little bit more clear. I don't know, maybe we're still paying the ass. I don't know, you know. But I think for us, that was when we had to ask ourselves, what are we really after? And we're really looking for more discussion throughout the cycle, in between cycles. And I got to be honest, man, there's a lot of people that just don't give a shit. I know, you know, they just don't care. You know, they're going to go there, do their job, do whatever, and they don't care. And then they might be done with the position, and that's it. You know, they're not looking for, you know, whatever. That's fine. People have a right. That's just not who. I mean, we're looking for, you know, 3, 4, 5 cycles of trying to improve. And so that's why we want that level of information. But it's only going to be on certain things. So I'm done babbling. Sorry.
Thanks, Shane. Matt?
My question is, with something like this where, there's a good idea behind it, and this is just, maybe the wrong way to approach it. I mean, Dennis posted something that was really kind of the way my thinking was in there is, how do we go from, this motion wasn't the right way to do it to let's try this idea to see if that gets us where we're trying to go. Like, what is that process that if we want to have the discussion to understand why people did vote the way that they did, but we don't necessarily want to slow down the conference, how do we allow that to come about? What is the right mechanism for finding a way to do that if this isn't it?
Jack, do you feel like that could be something that the board could facilitate in between the cycle? Like just maybe during a CP webinar on motions that met a threshold, we could allow people time in the minority to speak and just see if it helps? I mean, I don't know.
Michael, what do you,
And I know that that's spitball, and I'm just like I think that if we care about the discussion and the space for more of the minority voice to be able to actually speak, because we are limited on time in the conference, and we may have another interim conference if we go 3 years. We don't know. I mean, so I think we know that we threw a wrench in it the way that we did it. We know that, and so we're going to try to salvage something, but I don't know. Is a commit to the Jack? Is a commit to the board on that? Is that fair? Because we know you can't do it the way that it's asked, but you understand the idea pretty well now. And I don't know how you prioritize it, and I don't know if it needs to be more specific.
I would say, Shane, and this is going to sound like I'm dodging it, and a little bit I am. Put your proposal to WB@NA.org and let the full board look at it, because
I think that's fair. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't hold you to anything because I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, I'm even thinking, I think it was 2016, there was a procedural, I think it was 2016, a procedural motion to show all the votes, and it absolutely, I think it had like under 10% support or something. So I would say articulate what you want to commit. The thing you said about, is there a way we can discuss ideas that were close or give them a fuller discussion? I think that always has merit, for sure. I mean, we have a commitment philosophically to hear all points of view, to consider all points of view, and to look at those things. That's very different than the procedural mechanism we use to record votes at the conference. So I would say get to the essence of what you want. I think particularly that idea about if something, if something has a lot of what's called support, 30, 40, 50% of the conference think this is a good idea. I think as a board member, I think Michael and I'd say we'd be remiss in not understanding that and trying to at the very least take the best of that forward, because we're not a fellowship that wants to make decisions by 51 to 49%, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, that was the heavy part of when I talked with Tim, was that we want to see more support, and so we don't want to see a 66%, and maybe this can even help get the idea farther, So we're with you on that.
Well, I'll just chime this in. I think from the sound of it, with the experiences that Jack has as a board member in COFAC and the time you spent writing most, this is a future of the WSC conversation that needs to be held by conference participants so it can move forward and it can evolve into something better. So we can find that way to do it. And it's going to take everybody to look at it.
I think that's a reasonable statement, man. So watch your inboxes, guys, because it's going to change.
Hey, your baby did really well.
Well, she's in the other room. She's going ape shit now. My mother-in-law showed up. She went ape shit, man. So, guys, can I go, or does anybody need me anymore? My kid needs me.
You're
Lillian,
required to stay here
Ileana has a
until 12.
question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be cheeky or anything, but I was under the impression that if a region made a motion, that the board then talked to them about that motion before it got like this far. And so I'm wondering kind of like what exactly happened, because it sounds like you've gotten a lot of insight now, but I'm just wondering kind of what actually happened.
I can offer you a lot on that. Being a new submitter, we had a lot of difficulty with the process, and what I mean is because, you know, this was a unique experience because of everything was virtual, everything was, I'll say it felt rushed, and that's not anybody's fault. It was just the situation. You know, Irene was the person that was given to us to help us with the motion. She was great. We had several calls on WhatsApp. We had Zoom meetings. I had conversations with Becky, you know, at the office, because I had to, because we were going through the Guide to World Services and figuring out where would this language go. It's really tricky, especially with Motion 25. If you look in that rationale, there's like 6 points, right? And any one of them could have actually been the intent. And so we had to keep dialing it back and dialing it back to a general. And so what threw the wrench in that was that, and Becky went as far as to ask us, this was before we actually submitted, like, hey, if this passes, do you know software that'll actually implement it? Do you know people maybe that could build it? Like, we talked about all that. And so we just didn't know until after we actually submitted that when they reached out to the Clicker company, that they had actually gone out of business. And they actually, to be clear, they gave us an extension on Motion 25 because my wife and I and the baby, we all had COVID 2 weeks in a row. And they gave us, I think, a week extension to get that motion in. We were able to get 23 and 24 in, but 25 was so intricate with everything that we did. I mean, I have all these emails. It was crazy. And I don't know if that helps, Liliana. I mean,
No, it helps. We're actually going to do a car and cat presentation tomorrow, so I'm just getting information. Thank you.
You know what? And I'll add this, and Jack will tell you this. It's hard, man. Like I talked to several different board members about these things, and you know what? I got some different answers from different people, and so we have to make sure, based on what we're asking, or, you know, where can we find it in writing? I always ask Tim that when I communicate with Tim as the World Board Chair. I send him an email to give him space to go do what he needs to do. And then after our phone conversations, I'll say, you're going to send that to me in an email, you know, so people know that they're doing their end too. And when you start talking about an intent, and does the intent change because we know we're going to make some kind of amendment. Now the COFACs are forced to make a decision. Does this change the intent? And especially with Motion 25. And I think we realize that we put some people in a tough position. And I think that's what we probably regret the most, is that we asked for very specific things for very specific reasons. And I'm just not certain that this system is set up for that. And I think it's got a lot to do with my personality and the personality of some of the other co-makers, is that the way that we communicate, the language that we look for, we're very specific. And I'll even say, I'll go as far as to say suspicious, okay? And so we ask for all these things in writing so that we can compare them to make sure that we have a glossary. And so it's difficult. I have a new respect for the staff and the board based on what we put them through. Because we had to go back and answer to the people that decided to vote, the areas and the individuals that agreed to these motions. We got to answer. Now we got to change, man. And they want to know why. And we say, well, look at all this. Point eight, it's tough, man. I don't know if I'm going to do it again. Just being honest. I'll just go do it. Fuck it, man. Somewhere else. In a zone or something. But anyway, that's just me being silly. But I understand now the limitations that the actual Guide to World Services puts, because once it's in that paper and it's printed, there has to be an addendum. And I don't think we fully grasped what we were doing or the possible impact we could have just by doing that based on where the fellowship is today. Okay. Okay. I've got to go, guys. My wife is in here. They need me out there. Everybody's got my contact info if you have more questions. I love you all. Thank you for your support, Jack and Michael, tonight.
Thank you, Shane.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
I'll see your wife.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shane. All right, I think that does it with the regional motions.
We'll have the one tomorrow at 9.
Are we doing 18 tomorrow?
Yeah, we have 2 of them tomorrow, or just 1 tomorrow. Yep, motion 14 tomorrow.
We never did do 18. We put it off because the maker wasn't here.
Yes.
And we never went.
And we never went back.
Right.
Okay. We have a question?
Yeah, I'm an addict named Dorian. I just had a question. The 20 that's got to have an amendment to it. So going to your group to roll out the car, things are going to change from the information I just heard about number 25 when I roll it out to the group. With the clickers not being so that the motion is going to change and that's a timeline there and comes back. So if groups are rolling out information that is going to change. I guess that's what I want to say. I'm lost about the motions and any addendums to them and when they're due in and due back so that the group gets that information. You understand?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Jack,
Yes.
you want to try to answer that or?
Welcome to car season. It's fairly typical for some motions in the conference agenda report to have amendments. Many regions, I see the regional delegate from my region, Kia here, I'm from Washington State, Washington, North Idaho. We historically for decades send our delegate to the conference with a vote of confidence to make the best decision they can based on amendments that happen. Some communities don't do that and instruct their representative to be present, not voting or some such thing, but there will be amendments. What is different in the last few cycles, and especially this one, is we are aware in advance of amendments in ways we weren't before. So it's tough, Dorian, because you got to say, hey, here's what's in the car. I'm in a workshop yesterday, and the maker said this is likely to change, but I'm not quite sure how it's going to change. And I don't think you can say any more than that, because that's just the reality of the situation. Later, when I do fifth motion 1, I can tell you the amendment the board's suggesting. We send it out in an email. But I think that's just part of this process, is understanding there will be amendments. Those amendments will have impacts on the motions, and it's our job as representatives to communicate that and hopefully get a sense of whether or not the body we represent is comfortable with us, participating in decision-making with the amendments made. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Thank you
you.
very much.